Hey, hi guys, I'm back. So now I've been trying to record for 40 minutes while the software developers caused me to restart my computer 4 or 5 times, and I'm not doing anything wrong. It's just the YouTube developers suck dick and are taking the entirety of all my internet connection. I can't stop them, and I don't know why. But anyways, so I'm just not gonna stream here until I get uploaded, because it's my fucking job to upload. I'm gonna fucking upload. It's so fucking annoying. It drives me crazy. These fucking piece of shit cocksucking software developers and their fucking problems that they pass on to me. I'm fucking sick of it. Point 10 upload. Yeah, huh? Now we're at 28. Yeah, it seems like something's bad. Like your upload is just insane. I don't know. Anyways, what do I do? I play games, I guess. I just don't stream until I'm uploaded because it's disconnecting my connection and my computer, which is just unacceptable. What the fuck? Maybe I kind of want to go on EVE Online Immortal for just the beginning because it's like kind of a passive time where I don't stream. Yeah, we'll go on EVE on GeForce Now, I guess, and load Epic. Let's go see what the free games are. Spring Sale, Super Meat Boy 3D. Super Meat Boy 3D, huh? Crimson Desert, Ark Knights Endfield, Resident Evil Requiem, Death Stranding 2 on the Beach, Fortnite, Avatar, Frontiers of Pandora, Nova, Roma, Haven Dock, which I have. Oh, good. So get into my email and okay, logging on Eve. 15,000 skill points. Yay. Something's wrong with this. The UI scaling should be on auto. Maybe not auto, maybe 110, 150, 125. 125?
Connecting.
Buy Berlin Sport on the Epic Games Store for $49. Alright, how are we on missiles? We doing good. Got a mobile tractor unit. I'm gonna go level 4. Request mission. Anomic base decline. Request mission. The assault. I don't know. Is this right? I don't know if this is right. I don't think it is. I think it's too small. I think 150 is where I normally land. Yeah. I'm not going to actually read it. We come here and we say... Da, da, da. No, I think it was actually 125, huh? 125. Yeah, it is 125. There we go. 125. 125 on GeForce. Not going to remember. According to this, the ISOP was an hour and 45 minutes ago. The next one is at 1812. I don't know. And view mission, accept the assault. Take the assault. Yes, this is Dixie. Good. All right, so missions completed, 0 out of 5. I'm going to try and do 5 level 4s today to get through the rest of this list. I have Plex, which maybe they'll pay more for Plex out here. Let's see where Plex is in the market. Master at Arms are sitting at 55 and 61. I'm looking for Plex. Plex. There we go. Plex. So in Jita, Plex is sold for 4.6. In Dodixie is 4.7. So I could make more money if I sell Plex here. I want to sell Plex here, I think. Plex. Pilot services, 95 Plex. It's worth about 400 million. But times 4 is 2. So wow, yeah, I guess maybe I actually just save the Plex and I start hoarding Plex, I guess. So let's do that. I'm going out to a level 4, but first I think I had quite a lot of money's worth of wait, no, in my Noctis. Oh no, there is a lot of stuff. Oops. I'll take the 6 mil. 6 mil. All right, going out to Dodixie. I'm going to load. Got to check on the process of this upload. It's at 76 with 5 minutes left. Good, that's 2/3 of the way done. In the morning, I'll sit and record if I have to, and while I upload and just see. $12 months Omega and 3 historic for 122, which is really good. 2 days left on that, which is annoying. It's like right as I'm able to afford it. Carrier skins, huh? I have Omega Time. Like, I'm not really worried. I think I have it till like September or something, but this is a good deal. I wish I could snatch it up, but I don't have any money. Okay, going out for a level 4, and I want to launch Mortal 2.
Warp drive active.
Dive into the vault with us to read our latest development update covering the new upcoming journal improvements and player chronicle, proposed aggressive flag update, and new Sarduka sneak peek images. Nice. Alright, so activate gate. I don't know why you're opening an edge to do this, or I don't know. Is it? I don't know. You didn't do it, did you? No.
Warp drive active.
Oh, wait, stop. I didn't see them. Oh, look, there's a fuck ton of them right here. Alright, then. We'll go out to the core rear admiral, so he's within 60. Or like 50, 40, something 40. Lots of money here, which is good. The level 4 will be slow if I do it like this, but I don't care. It's good money. Yeah, these guys. So this is a good place to fight. Stop. Damn, the rear of it's fucked up. It's about to blow up. I will let my mortal sub lapse until Sarduka hits. I should go out and pay my upkeep real quick because it's been about 5 or 10 days, I think. Oh, nice. He's getting fucked up in the rear again. Nah. Core Flotilla Admiral. I don't know. This UI could be smaller. Down to like 110. Yeah, because I can still see it and I can still read it really well too. So I mean, it's like, I think I'd rather keep it smaller because it takes up less screen space. You can fit more. Yeah, you can like absolutely fit more too. There we are. Then make that small and drag you down and over. And up. There we go. And bring you down. Yeah, that's good. Oh, gotta call these back. They've both taken aggro. No, wait. No, I want you to come back. Come back. I can't target anything. At this point, I'll just reload and wait for them to kill it all, and I'll come back in 5 minutes. It's like, what? EVE Online eats up a lot of my CPU. I really didn't know. I should always run EVE Online on GeForce Now. But it locks me out of my mains, which is kind of annoying. I could just play these games. They're like the only 2 games I can stand to play, really. I could run FFXI, I suppose. Haven't played FFXI in a couple of days. I could look for a party on Red Mage. I have a little bit of time. Haven't played my main in a little bit. I target yet. The platoon leader target him. Nope. Now we're idle, and I don't know. I'm just going to approach these guys now. I'm going to... Oh, because I went far away. I went far away! Why did I go far away? Oh, come on, man. You're fucking stupid. Come on, man. Why did you go far away? Well, at least I'm healing. 20 km. Why 20 km? Oh, you're so annoying. Now they're fighting again, which is good. Let the drones fight. It'll take like 25 minutes, but I'll win. You are in the wrong resolution. Oh, just close. We know that this isn't going to work. Exit. So, 2560 by 1440. Now my drones will just kill this whole thing, huh? They'll just kill the whole lot of it. Which is fun. I like AFK. No, I think I should let this game go. Where did I get that from? What's this? Oh, yeah. I want Eve to be my new FFXI. I think it's far superior. It was supported and the FFXI wasn't. I like FFXI, but I really struggle to log into it these days because I know it's an inferior game to a lot of other games. Not inferior, just inferior in graphics and support. It's not really a supported game. They stopped supporting it the retail like 3 years ago, and they stopped supporting the era that I play vanilla like 15 years ago, and so we have to make it up as we go, and I hate that. I feel like I have to make my gameplay out of some private server. It's fucking annoying, and I'd like to just get it off my docket, kind of. Let's go see if the alt made sales while I'm here. Maybe I could move back to retail because that's at least supported and it doesn't lock you out of all the content, but it costs money and I don't want to pay for a 20-year-old game. Can you move that yet? No, you can't move that. That might be problematic. Let's see if I can move it. I can't move that thing and it's a serious problem for me. The mod itself is now breaking. There. Like, it was a good game for its time. But I don't want to sit on FFXI anymore. I know I don't. At least I'm not in the mood right now. I like the 6-man parties and stuff, and I like healing, and I'm good at it. And I miss it. But I also don't think it's doing it well enough for me. It's fucking annoying. $7 million ISK for something. Wonder what it was for. Oh, probably all those ships I killed. Yeah. Damn, this is still going. It was like a 30-minute fight or something, pulling all those guys. Oops. Go get that guy. They finally made level 4s pay, and I may just like chain level 4s and get up in the best, like get up to a golem, like save some money for a golem. I think I'm working on golem to 5 right now, but I'm also trying to get cloaking to 5 as well, so I never have to worry about it ever again, which is like 3 weeks of training, 3 real life weeks. But it'll be nice that I'll never have to worry about it ever again. Sometimes I feel like my HDR is screwed up. It's weird. It doesn't seem like it's as bright as it normally is. And it's weird. Maybe it's just the daylight in my house, but it's like, I don't know. I'm going to go look. Constantly, I feel like the HDR is messed up. And I don't know. I'm going to try it with off and just see how it looks. No, this is about how dark it is. It's just the scene. The scene is dark. It's actually worse without HDR, but yeah. It's better, you can see, but it's still a dark profile. We just watch the drones spin. Eventually, I'll have more drones and I'll do more damage as I get into like a golem. A golem is a battleship, and I think it does more damage. Let's go look and see if I have a golem fit and see how much it is. A golem is a marauder. A Caldari marauder. It's expensive. It's 2.3 billion. These javelin torpedoes, and it's got like Hornet 2s. I'm going to ask the AI something. In EVE Online, we were talking about the best possible ship for, the best possible drone ship for running level 4s. Rattlesnake. Rebel workhorse. Dominix. The Space Potatoes classic entry into level 4s. Drop on mobile tractor unit. Deploy sentries and snipe everything from 60 to 100 km away. These are the last two, and then we can go skin all these corpses. I'm gonna waste missiles on this. Oh, 2021. So in 6 hours. So in 6 hours, yeah, is the ISOP, which is good. 2 left. They're about to go down. This room was worth like 40 mil or something because it was like 40 ships or something. It was like worth like 20 mil or something, which was cool. It's like playing, it's like having, it's like being in nullsec but without having to deal with all the bullshit. Okay, good. We will go pick up this mobile tractor unit. Scoop to cargo hold. Oops, why am I targeting something? No. And we will scoop to cargo hold. Stop that. Ah. Good. Then I will take this, which is 4 million worth of stuff. Couldn't fit it all, but I took some of it. I'm going to take it back out to the station, location, trade hub, dock. I'll come back in a Noctis and clean up all those corpses. There's a VNI.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Oh, good. I'm done uploading. I will go and get the next one. So, right now I have... I have the first one. Let's see. This is the first one. 014104 is the last one. So that's the part 3, and then I need part 3. So part 3 reuse. Next part 3 of 3. Okay. Recording day 30th on moderation strict. Next. Publish, go. Okay, close, and then create, upload, select files. The second one, which was that one for 214103. Okay, upload. Reuse, reuse part 2 of 3. Upload, show more. 31st. Okay, got it. See online. That's good. Basic, strict, go. Next. Publish, public, go. Publish, public, go. Yeah. I'm gonna go chop something else. I lost my X4 save, which is just insane. Don't really understand how either. I thought that these saves would be right here. Yeah. Maybe I'll just copy and place it in my games. I don't know. Paste. Oh, the cloud file provider is not running. Maybe that's why. Maybe it's just not. It doesn't see my game because I don't have the what's it called? Microsoft thing running. That might be it. 3/21/26, which was 10 days ago. Yeah. No, I like X4, but it's got a lot of work to do before I really love it, unfortunately. Okay, now I come back and a Noctis.
Warp drive active.
So no streaming for an hour, but at least I can get these uploaded. And I can get around the rattlesnakes, huh? How much is a rattlesnake?
Warp drive active.
$1.3 billion. 706, which doesn't have cruise missiles equipped. The Scourge Fury or whatever. Now it's got 1,237 damage. Wow. For 1.3 billion, which is good, but I don't need that. The heal is much, much cheaper.
Warp drive active.
Oh no, what did I do? Oh.
Warp drive active.
I jumped too many times. Oh no, get me out of here. Go, 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 go. Yeah, I don't belong there. Nope. Good.
Warp drive active.
You're gonna hold me up an hour, but that's alright. At least I get uploaded. Fucking annoying.
Warp drive active.
The sandbox needs to be supported. FFXI is not supported. Even Mortal is supported. WoW Classic isn't really supported. They stopped after like Classic, and they won't do TBC. If they tell me that they're gonna do TBC, I'll go back to hardcore. But I don't think they're gonna support hardcore. They're not gonna support that mode either. I think they're like they think I want to play Classic forever. I don't want to play Classic forever. Like I don't. You know, I'm gonna go try and find my cat real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, we're gonna feed you, whether or not you're hungry, kitty. Yeah, we're gonna feed you, kitty. Don't worry. Kind of cold out there for you to be outside all day. I love you, sissy. Yeah, you. She's like, me? Yeah, you, kitty. Yep, I'm gonna feed you. Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna feed you. I see that you're eating your kibble. I will refill it. Yeah, you like that? That's good. Kitty's happy. Okay, and then we're gonna dump this and give you fresh kibble. Okay, and some fresh kibble for you. There you go. It's all for Kitty. No, no, don't disconnect me. No. Don't disconnect me, no. Okay, sorry, I had to find my cat and feed her. Got a little bit of real life stuff there. Okay. Back to quote unquote work. Oh, yeah. 5
Warp
mil.
drive active.
Hi, pretty kid. Oh, sorry, kitty. I didn't mean to
Docking
bump your
permission
nose. You
requested. Docking
okay?
request
I'm sorry. I
accepted.
didn't mean to bump your nose. You okay? Poor kitty. I'm sorry. You okay? Yeah, I'm sorry about that, kitty. I'm sorry. Yeah, you a happy kitty? Oh, I love you. Yeah, you want some lap? Get some lap. Mm-hmm. Get some nice lap. Mm-hmm. Oh, look at the pretty kitty. I'm looking for older movies like Chinatown or Who Framed Roger Rabbit that are in that same sort of noir style. The Long Goodbye, I've never seen that before. Yeah, I watched The Third Man recently. That was super good. Oh, Blood Simple, huh? Something about the overall aesthetic with the jazz music. Elevator to the Gallows. Ooh, Anatomy of a Murder, huh? Hi, kitty. Oh, I love you so much. Yeah, I love this kitty. I love this kitty. I want to put hands on this kitty and just touch her and rub her and love her. Look at that tail flop. Mm-hmm. Look at that tail block that camera. Yeah, look at that tail flop. Mm-hmm. Tail flop. Well, she's just a flop kitty. Are you having a love attack? Ah, get off me, kitty. Damn it, you opened my thingy or whatever. Ah. Oh, I gotta get out there and my Gila again. Oh, look at the kitty. She's so cute. Mm-hmm. That's a good kitty right there. Mm-hmm. Okay, Control A to select all. Okay, good. Sweet smell of success. These are good. These are good. Can you compile a much shorter list? Sorry, not much Just the name. Can you never mind. These are good. Can you compile a list of the top 20 that are like this in with just the film names? There you go. Yeah, I've seen most of these. Thank you, but not all of them. I will ask you to pull this list later. Save it. Oh, am I just sitting here? I am. I need to go out, not in a noctis, but...
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
So annoying.
Warp drive active.
I feel like I could buy Plex at 4.3 and sell it at 4.6. And that's pretty good money, actually.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
What's wrong, kitty? You want to go outside? You come see me? Yeah, come see me. Hi, beautiful kitty. Are you bored? You can go back outside again if you want. Oh, purr, purr, purr. You just want attention. You're bored. You're bored. Such a bored kitty. You're such a bored kitty. You're just a bored kitty. It's a good kitty. You want to sit on my lap and enjoy it. Oh, kitty. That feels good, huh, when I do that? Yeah, you like that, huh? Yeah, you like it when I do that. Yeah, you like that. It feels good, huh, kitty? I want some Morrowind music. Been stuck in my head all day. Love this kitty. I like the special quality time that we get, kitty. In 15 minutes, I can go live. Silly kitty. I'm so happy you're here, kitty. I love you so much. Yeah. I have hand oil and I put it all over your fur, don't I? Yeah, I do. I'm sorry. Let's go see a video about the best Daggerfall graphics. You couldn't type, or you're just a piece of shit brain dead developer, or what's the problem? I was mid sentence. What the fuck's wrong with you?
The products. It doesn't actually tell you that this is an expensive shop. It just sort of gives you hints, you know. Oh, come back when you're more powerful. And it doesn't tell you what level to be. Where are we going? Just west from here. Okay. Also, I don't know what these things are. Does anyone know what these are? They're like throughout the cities. I'm gonna collapse soon. Is there any... Yep. 1 hour rest. That's how we rest in this game. We're just gonna run, collapse, run, collapse. It's illegal to sleep, but you can pass out. That's okay. They used to stack hay on it. Oh, is it like hay drying? I'm not... It's not a brazier. It's because it's like made out of... Is it this one? Okay. Quick save. Take out my sword. There's a... Is there a day-night cycle? Oh, yeah. Also, in Daggerfall, there's ghosts haunting at night. If you're here at night, they just kill you. Which I'll try to demonstrate at some point. Is this the residence? A jolly voice says, "Welcome to my home." A jolly voice says, "Welcome to my home." Also, I got... What did, this talisman... I'm supposed to squeeze it if something happens, but... Oh well, I saved. Okay. Do you have a zombie in your house? Oh, right. They always make it so that the animal you're supposed to kill in a house or whatever is up here.
Overwrote it. No. 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 I just overwrote it. I just said no to the main campaign. Now I can't proceed. Oh, yeah. When was the last time I auto-saved? Please. No, I just overwrote it. No, I'm such a moron. I just overwrote it. No. 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 I just overwrote it. I have to do the entire... Oh my god. Oh my god. I just lost like 3 hours. Please tell me I can accept the quest again. I'm so fucking pissed off. Oh my god. That's my fault.
This is
though.
Bethesda. No, it's not. It's terrible design.
What did I press? I must have pressed the save game button and then saved over it instead of loading and pressed the...
A module has run out of charges.
This was a colossal fuck up. About an hour of experience down the drain, simply because I Skyrim smooth-brained the dialogue options, assuming I could just reopen them later. Apparently, in Daggerfall, if you say no to someone, they don't ask you again, which kind of makes sense, I guess. Oh, look, it's winter again. We've gone
look at
back
pretty kitty.
almost 2 months of game time. Excellent. That's my fault. Like,
Yeah, you
there's
want
no one's.
pad? You wanna sleep on a pad?
Please
Take a
tell
nap?
me it's the same quest, the same
There you
location.
go.
Okay, it is. So maybe shut up will work again.
There we
Okay,
go.
I should have said a recall. Like,
So good. Such a
interact
good
with the
little kitty.
penis sign. Shut up. Fantastic. You know, that's not too bad. What was it, like 5
you wanna go
minutes?
outside?
But I lose
Okay.
all the experience that I got from doing this massive dungeon. Like, yeah, look at how much I've explored of it now. It's a huge complex. Like, I lost all that XP, that's the worst part. Oh, okay, back to Daggerfall. There are enemies nearby. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Oh my god, did I forget to save again?
Bother my mom. Stay here.
Oh no, not again. Maybe he won't chase me. He's chasing me. Do these things have like unlimited aggro range? I can't rest, I can't travel. Bro, we are far from your city. I think I'm just dead, right? Like, is this guy just gonna chase me? Okay, wait. Now I have an idea. I lured him all the way out here. Hopefully I can get to Daggerfall, climb up the walls before he catches up with me. I wish I could see, though. That would be an added bonus, I think. I hear him. He's behind me. Please! No! Come on. Come on, you bastard. Climb the fucking wall! Oh my god. Oh my god, we did it. Okay. I'm gonna save right here. Here are my greaves. Oh, they're leather greaves. I can't even wear these. Oh. Last time I had a toga, which I could equip, but now I have leather greaves, and my character's class can't equip leather stuff. Oh. That's actually so over for me. Like, it's actually Jover for me. The Queen of Daggerfall then sends me on another task. Her mother-in-law keeps going into a spooky castle with a bunch of letters and never returning with anything. She asks you to go to the castle and find the letters so she can see them. It's a castle, right? It's a castle I'm looking for. I do not see a castle. See this thing? Really? This is the castle. Uh-huh. What is that? What is that? What is that? Oh, this looks large.
That's what she said.
This looks large.
Okay, what is going on? Why can't I? That guy's in a cage. It should be easy for me. I already know. I'm gonna kill this guy in the cage, and he's gonna drop no loot. Zilch. Fuck it. I'm not going that way. I don't care. I'm not fighting that guy. Piece of shit. Gold, holy tome. 2,500 gold. Sheesh. No. I'm so low. Come on. There we go. Holy. That was way too close. Oh, god damn it. This place is huge. This is way bigger than any. I think this is the biggest dungeon I've done so far. What the fuck is this? A brick wall? I'm trying to like walk into it or interact with it, but it doesn't tell me anything.
A few minutes later.
After about 30 minutes of slogging through this dungeon, I found the notes. There seems to be multiple different letters the former queen chose to hide. When reporting back to the queen, she basically confirms the rumors and says it's admirable her mother-in-law tried to hide these to avoid shaming the family name. Before heading on to Wayrest, I decide to do some training while it's still cheap, splashing about 12 grand in the span of an hour. Most on training, but once I hit level 4, I realized the shops started to stock dwarven stuff. So I just kept refreshing the stores until the items I want popped in. Onward to Wayrest, where I'm tasked with delivering a message to the King of Worms. That's Manny Marco in ESO, but that can't be him in this game.
It
Obviously.
is.
This game's like what,
It is him.
20-ish years in the future, and Manny Marco is like
Nope.
currently imprisoned in Cold Harbor, or he should be. I'm off to see the wizard.
Nope.
What is the purpose of this room? Okay, I cannot be showing that. What is going on in this room? I guess I shouldn't be calling the king. I don't know if the King of Worms is Manny Marco or not, but oh my god!
Dead in 2
That
hits.
guy just one-shot me.
Video game developers, you think my complaints are modern and newfangled and come from a crazy person, but no, I've been dealing with this all of my life, and it was bad, way worse back then. They've only gotten better too, but they still suck so bad. They suck so bad at what they do.
I can't get. Okay. Oh, great! It leads to nowhere. Great. Now that's good, I think. Quite a few doors to pick from here. Oh, these all go different ways. Great. Okay, this is gonna be fun to explore, I think. Well, this room looks interesting. Some nefarious activities going on down here. I don't judge. King of Worms, hello. A lot of creepy noises down here, but I think I can just recall out. From what I can tell, this letter was some sort of marriage proposal. More importantly, though, we learn an orc warlord has the letter the Emperor wants us to recover, and to get it, we need to get in good with the same mother-in-law who hid all of those letters in Daggerfall. Pushing that aside for now, we continue to Sentinel. I really like this, aesthetic. This is the first time I've ever seen the Alakir Desert in any Elder Scrolls game. This palace looks really cool. Again, not very many Redguards. I'm seeing lots of fair-haired Breton individuals here. Maybe they just didn't code those NPCs into the game.
Oh, look, they bought my wood.
The prince's brother has been kidnapped, but after picking up this quest, I had no idea how to continue.
3 days later.
We are now level 6. We just got level 6.
1,000 gold.
Training. I have a shit ton of gold. Dwarven boots and then some chains, but I also have an enchanted short shirt of wildfire. That's hard to say. This thing basically just lets me shoot a fireball. Anyway, while I was doing some quests, about 4 hours of quests, I got a couple letters. This one. You? Glort Knight? This is an actual castle. Most of the times when it says I'm going to a castle, it's not at all a castle. It's like a hole in the ground. We find a death certificate in the dungeon our informant told us about. Essentially, the prince was the rightful heir to the throne, but because he was a cripple, his parents tossed him into this dungeon to die. We bring this tragic piece of evidence to his brother, who offers me another enchanted item I can't use. Oh, it's leather again. Yeah! Our new tip is to explore the Dairini Tower for the late king's mistress, as she's been locked away by his wife. This dungeon was the first thread of my insanity that began to unravel. This is definitely, I think this is going to be massive. Uh-oh. We are going to have to save scum the fuck out of this tower. Let me in! Let me in! A room with nothing in it. I love it. Oh, there's bitches down here. There's naked bitches. You drop to the ground completely exhausted. What the fuck does that mean? That mean I just died because I just gave up the will to live? My fucking Padme from Star Wars Episode 3, man? What does that do? Whoa, werewolf. Yeah, look, I'm on a map. I'm on an area I never went to before. I was down here. Oh, they're connected. Already this dungeon is fucking massive. This is not one cell. This is huge. And there's so many entrances. I've barely explored any of it. And I've been in here for like half hour. Oh my god, is this the lady? And her cat? I can't pet the cat. This is a garbage video game. Hello. You are trustworthy, that I know. No way. No way. I just did this entire fucking dungeon, and she says I'm not high enough level to continue with the quest. No. I can't go through this again. I can't go through this dungeon again. I've been in here.
After dealing with it for 35 years, I can only laugh at it. Software developers who passed the cost of business way back then, 20 years ago, to the consumer.
In 20 minutes, I can't.
You could just fix this, but no.
I can't believe it would do this to me.
You can't?
Drop like a.
You're just never played video games before then. You can't believe that it would do this to you.
Recall point right here. But then I can never use it for another dungeon. Like, I can't use it again for level. It's just, oh my god, this game fucking sucks. I hate when I can't believe it would do this.
You can't believe it? You can't believe it? You're a noob then. You're a noob if you can't believe it.
Door or something where you could quickly
count on the software. I count on the software developer incompetence. I not count on it. I don't count on it. I just add it in to the math of the equation. I just know it's going to happen. I know it. It's just a fact of life. You know, you're surprised by this. I don't really understand that. How are you surprised by this? They're software developers. This is what they do. This is what they did 25 years ago. That's who they are now. What I mean, if you had played all the games I would, you would have known. You would have known that this is par for the course.
In and out from this point, but it's just fucked. I'm level.
You are trying to play a medieval sim like Skyrim, and it's not going to work for you. No, there's no consideration of your of your feelings. That's not, you should try Morrowind. Morrowind is like you're walking down the road and some dude falls out of the sky. And this is my favorite quest in Morrowind. Some dude falls out of the sky at your fucking feet and you just watch him smush into the pavement. And I mean like out of the sky, like an orbital drop. He comes smush right in front of you. You're like, what the fuck? It's raining men. And I love this quest. And you walk up to him and he's dead. He's full blown dead. And there's like a book on him and a ring or a pair of boots or something. I forget what it is. It's like a pair of boots or a ring or something. There's like a note on him and a ring, which is like, I discovered the Daedalus ring or whatever, which is like, you know, I can jump for large swathes of land. I can jump for like 3,000 feet. And the guy's like, I'm going to try it now. Let me know what happens or whatever. At the end of the book, he's like, I'm going to try it now. And and so you're like, Daedalus ring. And if you don't bother to read, if you don't bother to think about the situation, you're just like, or if you don't happen to catch that the body's falling, if you don't see the body, if you're not observant and don't see the body falling or whatever, and it just lands on the ground, you see a dead corpse, you don't know that the body just fell out of the sky because you weren't looking at the sky or whatever. This is an example of how developers used to be. So you pick up the ring, you're like, oh, cool, it's a ring of jump. I think that's what it's called, too, something like that. It's like ring of leaping or something. It's like, oh, cool, it's a ring of jump. It'll probably help me jump to the top of like, you know, houses. In your brain, you think, oh, it'll probably only jump me like 2 or 3 stories, and maybe I'll take a little bit of fall damage, but I probably won't die, kind of thing. But no, the motherfucker launches you across the entire Morrowind island, and when you land, you fucking die, unless you've got some fucking way of like, and you might not have saved before that, which is what happened to me the first time. I lost like 2 hours to that because I was just like, you know, they used to be shitheads like this. They used to like actively try and kill you, you know, like stuff like that, like intrigue you and then kill you for your curiosity. You know, they would kill you for your curiosity. And and that's my favorite quest in all of the Elder Scrolls. It's the dude who falls from the sky, and then you pick up the ring, and if you equip it, you can jump across the island. Now, at first, you're just like, what a useless ass ring, because wherever I land, I'm gonna die. But then you realize that you can probably jump from the middle of the island all the way to the ocean and skip a whole quarter of walking across the island, which, you know, even with silt walkers or silt striders is still really a long time. Going across the island is not funny without mark and recall. You're talking about hours. You understand? Hours. Not like Oblivion where you can fast travel. There is no fast travel in Morrowind. Well, there is fast travel in Morrowind. There's 2 forms of it. It's mark and recall, and silt striders will teleport you to other parts of the map. But there's only 4 on the map, if I recall. 4 or 5, something. Maybe there's a little more. I don't remember. 5 or 10. But like, there's like 5 or 10 silt striders, and they will fast travel you to another town, like Seydanine or Vivek or something like that. But, you know, overall, fast travel is just not a thing in Morrowind. So that ring ends up being instant. You find it like level 3. You're like level 3. You're walking down the road outside Pelagia Farms or some place like that. Or I don't even remember where it is. And the fucking guy falls out of the sky. And you'll see him fall because they want you to see him fall if you're looking at all. And you pick up the ring and you think, oh, and if you're smart, you quick save first before you use the ring. If you didn't, you've lost all that work you did before you used the ring. And that's old style video game development. They began to realize that's bad. And I remember when they realized that was bad, it was called it was Blizzard went to war with it. They were like, in World of Warcraft, they were like, no more non-intuitive questing. If it doesn't say in the quest test where to go, or if it's not obvious on the minimap, we don't want you guessing and stumbling around and cussing the developer and getting angry because you're trying to play some combat grinder, but we throw a puzzle at you or whatever. And they're like, non-intuitive questing and non-intuitive quest markers are not fair to the fucking gamer, and we're not doing that to you anymore. And we rejoiced. I'm serious. I danced in the streets. I was like, oh, good. No more terrible quests that don't have explanations. And they're like, yeah. And I was like, oh, thank God, because that was so bad in Classic. It was so bad. You were just supposed to use your brain, and I'm sorry, but it's a combat grinder. I don't play combat grinders to use my brain. If I wanted to use my brain, I would play Disco Elysium or something like that. I don't want to use my brain on World of Warcraft. I'm sorry, I don't. It's a combat grinder. So, you know, And that's my story about non-intuitive questing and how the developers used to be. And this surprises you, but why? Because you were just you had Skyrim holding your hand your whole life, I guess. But honestly, to me, Skyrim is like this bitch boy game. So is Fallout 4. They're like bitch, even compared to Fallout 3. Skyrim is a bitch boy game for bitch boys that definitely have no idea how real RPG difficulty works, which is stunting you with a puzzle that you don't understand, sending you someplace that you don't know where to go, causing you to have to think a ton about your choices and where it is you go next and stuff like that, or putting you up against an insurmountable odd. That's what game development used to be. And so now I think of Skyrim is for bitch boys, you know.
30% of the way to level 7.
Am I saying go back to Daggerfall, it's a harder game for harder people? No, I'm saying back then the developers weren't as good as they are now.
And I don't even know if it's level 7. I don't know if it's level 8.
No, and they'll leave you guessing, and that leave you guessing thing, the industry went to war with that, honestly. They went to war against it, I would say. I don't know how else to put it. They were like, this thing where we make you guess all the time what to do, they're like, we understand how bad that was for you guys, and we're not doing that to you anymore. And they did. They stopped doing it. They stopped doing non-intuitive puzzles and quests that don't make sense without guidance, and, if there's some problem, they'll give you some spell or something to figure out where to go. Like in Skyrim, they have something called I don't know, instincts. I think it's called like instincts or something like that, or at least that's what it used to be. And it's just like a golden trail to where the quest that you're doing wants you to go, and it doesn't often work. It barely works, but occasionally that'll get you out of a weird problem. And they would do stuff like that because they knew how non-intuitive the questing is. And I'm sorry, but non-intuitive questing and puzzles and bullshit can suck a dick. I have enough of those problems in real life. I don't need those in the video game. Hello? Hello?
Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Sorry about that, guys. Got a phone call. I'm back with you. I should eat lunch, but I'm not hungry. I haven't eaten today. I'm not hungry.
That's just hours of time. This doesn't feel good to play. Like, I don't know. I don't have the word.
It does. You're just not playing it the right way. You weren't a Dungeons and Dragons kid. You don't know what it's like to wander down a hallway under the Emperor's palace and have like many odds against you and stuff, and you have to be thinking about where you're going to get that key from. Do you have enough potions? If you wander in the next room, is there a goblin that's 85 levels higher than you? Because it is a possibility, and like, you know, it is a possibility. It is. And so like, how do you prepare for that? What's your reaction to it? Did you make plans? Did you bring a cloak of invisibility to walk past him? You're thinking of it as like, oh, they have to cater to me and make it okay for me. But no, the actual medieval sim market used to be about things that you didn't know, things that you wouldn't know. To like, for instance, lately they did in Baldur's Gate 3, they made Gale a bomb, and if you don't know that, Gale's gonna blow up your fucking party every single time. If you don't know that, Gale is a bomb. He's a full-blown human bomb, and when you meet him, you should probably say no to him. Like, but your sympathy wants to help him. But I mean, Gale is a bomb. He's a nasty mage, and he's a living bomb. And if you keep him around, he'll blow up your party. That's the stuff that RPG developers used to do. You're thinking that, you know, you're thinking that they need to hold your hand because you're a tablet, but they won't hold your hand. Not the old games, no.
For how disappointing that is.
And this is what I mean when I say tablet. You came up on tablet games like Minecraft that couldn't take like that long. I mean, Minecraft took a while to develop, but I'm talking about like, they don't take that long to write. Like, you know, I would say each one of these Daggerfall games like takes 5 or 10 years to write because they are that faceted, you know, they are that nuts. They're not going to, yeah, you can't deal with it because you've never had real difficulty in video games. There's this period where, like, yeah, I believe it was Final Fantasy X, where on the PlayStation 2 era, where I came to the same conclusion as you, is that I couldn't do these toxic old games anymore. But for me, it was because I had just done 6 whole goddamn dungeons. You have to do 7 dungeons of Final Fantasy X to unlock the end sword or whatever it is and beat the game. And each dungeon is a terrible 2 to 4 hour or 1 to 4 hour, you know, ordeal that has a bunch of puzzles in it and stuff. And I realized that I just didn't care about unlocking the last weapon enough to do all these terrible dungeons and stuff. And there was this point where they made it so annoying and so difficult where I just didn't really, not difficult, but just like non-intuitive, I would say. All the puzzles in Final Fantasy X were fucking terrible. They were non-intuitive and they were annoying. It took a strategy guide to get through them because I just didn't have that kind of patience anymore. And yeah, I reached the same thing, but like the difference is I still did the RPGs when they were current and young and were brutal. I still did them. I did, you know, Morrowind. I beat Morrowind when it was current. I did Oblivion when it was current. I did Skyrim when it was current, and I got like 50,000 caps like day 3 or whatever on Skyrim when that was an achievement. I did like, you know, nutty shit when the stuff was current, but like I don't care to embrace the difficulty of non-intuitive gameplay. Like him, I don't care to do it. That's what he's trying to say, but he's not verbalizing it that well. This, like, if they, like, he's used to an era where they would would rather warn you about it than bork your save. But back in the days, they wanted to bork your save. They wanted you to play the game over again. So they would do fucking cold-hearted, shitty shit, like not warn you that you made some crazy choice in the MSQ and bifurcated it to a different ending and stuff. They wouldn't warn you about that. They just wanted you to play the game again. And honestly, they don't need to warn you about that. There's no law or anything like that. They had to eventually declare it to be not ethical to waste people's time that much, and eventually non-intuitive questing got poo-pooed by the community. But I mean, it took until 2010 before we did that. Non-intuitive was the style for RPGs for a long time. They wanted you to live in the world, use your fucking brain, and get thwarted by something so that you had to go play something else that they added to the game. And I mean, I like that. See, this is Morrowind music, and you can tell that even from the music, you can tell that they wanted to waste way more of your, a lot more of your time back then. They were okay with a slow, lilting soundtrack, all the way up until, I would say, Skyrim. They were really okay with a slow, lilting soundtrack that doesn't have a lot of crescendos or majestic highs to it, because it was all a slow boil. They wanted you to think a lot. They wanted you to make a decision. They wanted you to agonize about it and all this. Not anymore. Now they're like, get on the flow state, ride the flow state. If it interrupts you, it's not good game design. And I think that's actually a better ethos. But I think there's stuff to be said about both styles. You know, both styles are good, and I like being somewhere in the center of both of those things, intuitive and non-intuitive.
Can't do the quest at certain levels. Like, it should have warned me before I...
No. Their interest back then was not to warn you. Their interest was to keep butts in the seats at a medieval sim. And so if the medieval sim was nice to you at all, people wouldn't stay around.
Went into this castle that I was not a high enough level, that I almost wasted 2 hours of my life, and I'm gonna have to do that.
It's Dunning-Kruger. You think that you can deal with things that you can't actually deal with. They warn you about this a lot. But you think that because Skyrim held your hand, or you're like the best Skyrim player in terms of views or hits or whatever, that all other games are like that. They're not.
That again to get back here. Like, I had to go through like 50 teleporters. Like, how am I going to remember the way to do that? I think that's just the final straw.
You're going to take notes. That's what Sims are like. I used to take notes for Star Control 2. It's a different era. I'm sorry, tablet, but you are a tablet. You were raised on tablet. This is why we make fun of you. It's because tablet holds your hand. It doesn't make you take notes and stuff, but real video games will make you take notes. I've never played a real RPG that didn't have you make that didn't basically force you to take notes, I would say. At least on what order you did things.
Like, what I've spent probably...
I come from a game called Star Control 2. I don't come from it, but I respect it a great deal. I played it a lot when I was a kid, when I was like 17 and stuff. On Star Control 2, you have to write the coordinates down. There's no such thing as a fucking jump to target like EVE Online. Like, EVE Online is honestly a streamlined game where you can warp to target and jump to target and stuff like that. In Star Control 2, it's an actual universe with coordinates, just chords. That's it. So you have to, if you discover some planet with the right resources that you need, you have to write down the coordinates. It's not like there's an option to jump to it like Starfield or something like that. That's an extremely boiled down game. Now they know that it won't put butts in the seats if they require like people like this dude to write down coordinates and stuff like this. So they don't do it, but they would prefer to do it. That's how deep they want their games to be. But I would say they would prefer to do that, but they don't because they know that it won't keep butts in the seats.
10 to 12 hours on this character just leveling, playing for fun. And
The
I'm
hardest
playing for
survival
fun,
game
but
ever
this-
made.
The fact that this can happen,
I don't believe you.
Pisses me off so much. It's just it's the straw that broke the camel's back. Like, I don't know. I think I'm gonna log off. I can't deal with this shit.
Yeah.
I don't really know what else to add. This
It's
was
non-intuitive
essentially the
gameplay.
last straw.
It is garbage. It was garbage back then. It's garbage now. It needed to be somewhere in the middle where, yeah, it stumps you and it's not totally obvious, but it still gives you a guide marker to the dungeon that you need to do and where to go. And that would say that is the middle ground that we kind of struck. That's kind of what currently Skyrim is, where you go to an arrow.
For me, from an RPG mechanical or story standpoint, it doesn't make sense.
That's what Starfield is.
That a woman locked in a tower who's seen her first visitor in God knows how long tells them to fuck off. It really pissed me off because I was actually starting to enjoy the
He's
game.
right about the RP of that. It wouldn't be like that. The woman who's been sitting in a tower waiting for 30 years for somebody to show up would not deny you. Not like, I mean, she might deny you in terms of sex or something, but she wouldn't deny you giving you the quest. She'd be like, well, I had to wait here 30 years till somebody came to bother to do it. So beggars can't be choosers. Here's the quest, even though you're 5 levels too young to deal with the goblins at the quest. Here's the quest itself, right? And eventually they did start designing like that, and they'll send you to places that you shouldn't be rather than tell you no. And yeah, you can see this is the thing with developers. They think like people like Tim Kaine, they think about stuff like this all day, and that's all they think about is what will the reception be if I do this non-intuitively and I have it be like a Easter egg quest where you have to pick up the breadcrumbs, you know.
Yesterday, I had a day off work and I spent 5 hours playing this character. No recording, no streaming, just grinding guild missions.
Just
and having
grinding,
fun.
like having fun, yeah.
But that was my prerogative. That's
Yeah.
because I wanted to do it.
Yeah.
Online, it says to continue this mission, I have to be level 8.
Lysandus's lover from her tower.
Another
Oh
3 to 4
god.
hours.
This sounds like a terrible quest. Do not do this quest. You're an idiot. That quest is for people who have been playing the game for 10 years that are bored and need something else to do. It's not for you. If there are quests like this in Morrowind and Oblivion that just aren't for you.
Grinding easily. I know I'm a new player. I know I'm not playing optimally, but that's just too much. I don't understand this game. It lets you take on guild missions.
It's a sim that's designed for you to live in it for a long time because they didn't think that software would get much better than that for like 10 or 15 years. But then there was this astronomical jump in hardware from Daggerfall to World of Warcraft, essentially, with online capability and all this stuff. Crazy jump in hardware, right? So they thought that this game would last for 15 years, and it did. It did last like 15, 20 years and stuff. So they designed it to be this thing that you can live in all day, that throws throws spokes in your wheels or throws sticks in your spokes, and it trips you up all the time because it's not this one and done linear experience like Skyrim. Skyrim's extremely linear compared to even Oblivion.
You're far too weak for and have no hope of accomplishing, but that exact same player agency is not afforded on the main quest. It doesn't make sense, honestly. If the game told me right here, hey, this is a main story dungeon. You can enter, but you're going to have to be level 8 to continue. That would have been okay.
It would have been
That
fair.
would have saved me 2 hours of my life. But
Nope.
no. It decided to tell me after.
No,
I
this
spent
game
a
doesn't
good
care
chunk of
about
my
your
day
fucking
wandering.
feelings. It wants, and I'll tell you what their attitude about this is, oh, you get there, you're frustrated by it, you cuss the developer, but at least it wasn't easy. So you're still in the game, you're still playing the game, right? And then they think, oh, you should play the game more and experience some other stuff, and that might make your ability to deal with this quest much easier and all this. And they want you to keep trying. They don't want you to give up like this.
The labyrinth of this tower, and despite the fact I was slicing through elite enemies like butter,
I think this is good, honest content that was way better than I expected out of a dude like this.
I wasn't.
I'm noticing that if they have more than 100,000 views, I don't respect their opinion that much. I think the reason they have a lot of views is because their opinion isn't that good. I swear to God, they appeal to the masses,
Strong enough.
which is why they have 500,000 views and 135k subs. It's because their opinion is acceptable to the masses, but I don't think his opinion is acceptable to the RPG masses. Not really. Giving up? Why? Because he didn't make the game the way that you want it? That's not a plausible attitude. He made the game how he wanted to make the game. What your opinion is about difficulty doesn't change it.
The reason
That's how sandboxes are. Sandboxes don't care about your feelings. They really don't. They don't. Like, I learned the hard way. That's how I'm able to throw away like a 300-hour WoW hardcore character with like maybe 5 minutes of bitching, because I'm so used to being thwarted by sandboxes that it just doesn't surprise me. You can't even go AFK in WoW hardcore without dying.
I'm so fixated on the main story is because there's such a small sliver of content in this game that was actually handmade by human beings. If I want to do copious amounts of dungeon crawling to level and progress my character, I'll go play Minecraft. I don't need to play Daggerfall for that.
Yeah, he's right about this. That's another thing is like, the whole sandbox medieval sim thing where you just get stronger and stronger and become a living god in the sandbox. Kind of like Starfield, except I used mods, so I lost that save. Now I've got to do the whole experience again, but I mean, now the DLC hits in like 5 days here. And I'm excited to go back into Starfield, probably going to play pretty hard for a week or something. Because it's like, because it's like I learned not to mod the game or your save borks. What I wanted to do was have a save that lasted for 2,000 hours, but you can't do that if you mod. And I really want the hardcore mod too, but maybe I can get away with just the hardcore mod, but I can't ever die or uninstall it or it's going to bork the save. So, no, I can't even do the hardcore mod. I'm just going to play a vanilla version of Starfield with the highest difficulty possible.
My peak enjoyment of Daggerfall was higher than my peak.
I'm getting to the point now where I can't even tell if Skyrim's on Legendary or not. I'm so used to their fucking bullet sponge and their terrible TTK. Even in novice mode, they have terrible TTK. So I'm so used to their terrible choices. Their terrible software developer choices that I'm used to terrible TTK to the point where I can't tell the difference between Legendary and normal.
Enjoyment from Morrowind. Not saying Daggerfall is better overall.
No, it's not. It's just a different game.
Not.
I like the lights in the windows. It implies there's a lot more going on in the developers' brains.
But I really started to enjoy this game, a feeling I didn't quite achieve for Morrowind.
Yeah.
As I said at the
I
start,
like Morrowind more than Daggerfall.
I've played 4 different characters over the course of roughly 20 hours.
They're going to remaster Morrowind, and that's the one I'm going to go hard on, because you can do levitate spells, and there'll be full voice. I'll finally be able to understand the story, because I don't like reading. I like reading, but I don't like reading quest text. I don't like reading quest text, but I like reading.
Given this game a good try.
I read a lot in my life. That's why I have these glasses and shit. I've read a lot.
And I don't think anyone would disagree with that. But the levels of frustration and anger I have dealing with this game's horribly dated mechanics and story structure exceed.
It's jank. It's jank is the word for all of this. It's jank. It's jank.
Any game I've ever played in my life.
It's an engine that barely runs. That's all jankety and crankety.
I do not.
And it complains, and it pings, and it reshuffles, and it goes. That's the analogy that we use for engines like this, is they're janky.
Think it is healthy for me to
That's what they call old crappy bugs and stuff, is janky.
Continue. The highs of Daggerfall are high. There's gameplay.
I don't mean bugs in video games. I mean bugs as in VW, Volkswagen bugs.
I really genuinely enjoyed, but without fail, over my 4 attempts, it always rips me right back down to rock bottom. That's all for this video, guys. I am completely demoralized.
I mean, I like the idea of a huge world like this that looks like a map of America. But I mean, if there's no hand-drawn stuff in it, what's the point of becoming a sandbox god? Why? So you can kill the mobs in the dungeon faster? It sort of sucks. These games suffer from some kind of overall endgame state that World of Warcraft did a lot better, I think. Here's the same video again, but we'll get off it. I don't know. I don't think I want to watch him talk about this anymore. Ooh, here's a new Nora Jasmine about Deepak Chopra. New Nora Jasmine. That goes on the list pretty much immediately. No, I never really knew Tupac. I'm very aware of this. Fucking rapist. Jamie the Giant with the white boy identity crisis. Absolutely. Babe, wake up. ESO's peaked now. What the fuck does that mean? The man who sold the fake airport. I thought I had that on the list, but I guess not. Oh, no, no. Well, yeah, I guess I did screw up my list. So, put the new Kira. He was playing Skyrim wrong for 14 years. We'll give him a try. They're building the housing crisis. I absolutely agree. And then the man who sold the fake airport. This is all the stuff that I want to get through.
I've been playing ESO for over 8 years, which means I've sat through my fair share of major ESO content reveals. The good ones, the mid ones, and the downright atrocious
Companions,
ones.
huh?
Listen, sometimes these reveals feel like a total flop, like when we got a Companions or a fucking card game.
This
card
is
game.
Emmanuel Oude, the king of Nigerian scammers. The guy who heard the saying, if you believe that, then I've got a bridge to sell you, and thought, wow, that's a great business idea. But I don't have a bridge to sell you, I have an airport instead. And luckily for him, there was somebody out there stupid enough to buy this airport for the low, low price of $242
I'm gonna make some falafel for lunch. I'll be right back.
million US dollars. So sit back, relax, and let me tell you about Emmanuel Oude, the Nigerian fraud who sold a fake airport to a Brazilian bank for $242 million, bankrupted the bank, went to prison, and yet still managed to retire from this life of crime with more money than you and I could even dream of. A crazy story of lies, mystery, and even murder. Emmanuel Oude was born and raised in Nigeria. Unlike typical scammers who lack in education, intelligence, or skills to pursue legitimate money, Emmanuel was an accomplished and highly intelligent guy. Prior to what made him famous, he was even a director of the Union Bank of Nigeria, while allegedly holding millions of shares in the bank, which made him a highly connected, sophisticated, wealthy, and influential member of Nigerian financial society, a position that played a massive role in what he decided to do next. Fraud. So imagine it's 1995 and I want you to look at these two pictures side by side. On the left, you have Emmanuel Oude, and on the right, you have Paul Agbai Ogumba.
Don't log me. Don't log me.
Emmanuel, at this point, is an ex-director of a bank, and Paul is the current governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, which, as the name suggests, is the main monetary authority within the country. Looking at these pictures, you can clearly see two distinctly different human beings. Remember this fact for later. So having experience, connections, and knowledge in the banking industry, Emmanuel decided to specifically target Paul Ogumba due to his position at the central bank. And it wasn't really hard, to be honest. He knew the same people, he talked the same way.
BRB.
There really wasn't any barriers except for the fact that they look nothing alike, which would obviously make any impersonation attempt fall apart under just basic scrutiny. Despite these facts, Emmanuel Oude used his prior connections and new identity to make contact with a man by the name of Nelson Sakaguchi, who held the position of director at Brazil's Banco Noroeste, based in Sao Paulo. How did he make contact, you ask? Well, with a single sheet of paper sent by a fax machine. Yes, the director of the bank, managing over $500 million of customer funds, picked up a fax from a random Nigerian person he'd never met and said, okay, yeah, that sounds like a great investment. So this is where the initial pitch came across his desk. So what exactly was the pitch? What was it that interested Sakaguchi originally? He was given the opportunity to invest $242 million in a brand new airport. And at this point, you might be thinking the Brazilian banking director stopped to do some basic checks, such as, is this person actually the director of Nigeria's central bank? Does the airport actually exist? Does the Central Bank of Nigeria even own the airport in question? Does this individual have the authority to sell me this airport? What the fuck would I even do with an airport in Nigeria that I've never seen? I'll answer a few of those questions for you. No, he wasn't the director of Nigeria's central bank. And no, the airport doesn't exist. So I guess Emmanuel Oude did own the airport, since it only existed in his imagination, giving him the actual ability to sell it for any price he wanted, just so long as he could find somebody stupid enough to buy it. And the price of $242 million that he settled on for such a valuable piece of real estate sounded good to Sakaguchi. But let's give the banking director a little bit of credit. He didn't believe all the lies at first, but Emmanuel Oude came prepared. He wasn't working alone, nor was he some low-level scammer who was making things up as he went along. Two key accomplices to the fraud had also taken up positions in the Nigerian government, or at least pretended to do so. I'm definitely going to butcher these names, but Christian Anajemba posed as Rashid Gomwok, the Central Bank of Nigeria's Director of International Remittance, and then his wife posed as that guy's wife. Not just that, but Emmanuel's position as a high-ranking and respected board member of a prestigious bank gave him access to information, documents, and expertise that would make him seem incredibly authentic. Because, in a way, he was. It was just not at the bank that he claimed. So together with his accomplices and these financial documents, the trio convinced the Brazilian bank director to invest just shy of $250 million in this new Nigerian airport, promising him a $10 million commission for the deal. Not fully convinced, but open to the idea, Sakaguchi boarded a plane and travelled all the way to London in order to meet the Nigerian bankers. Over the course of May to June 1995, Sakaguchi started to send transactions to Cayman Island bank accounts totaling almost $5 million. This continued for the next 3 years, with regular payments being made into accounts controlled by the scammers, until in 1998 it had ballooned to over $190 million in cash. Just so we're on the same page, and to make it very clear, this banking director had broken every financial rule of the bank, probably a bunch of laws as well, and had then invested half of the bank's capital in a single investment, in a piece of land he'd never seen, by people who contacted him via fax machine. But who are we kidding? The $10 million commission was probably all he could see in front of his eyes. Remember, this is 1995. That's crazy money now. And also remember, back then, the Nigerian prince scam was not the meme that it is today. That all came much later with the introduction of what Nigeria refers to as the Yahoo Boys, which has given the country the reputation for being one of the places on earth with the most scammers. So back then, this all might have seemed a little bit more believable. Of course, there were red flags, but $10 million is $10 million. And with money now changing hands, you would think the fraud would be discovered very quickly, because where's the airport? But it wasn't. We've been led to believe that banking institutions know what's going on, and that's not really always the case, especially not in the 90s and in Brazil. But not even in America in 2024. I mean, it was only this year that a banking CEO in the US was sentenced to 24 years in prison for stealing $50 million and directing employees to send it to offshore accounts. So while this bank thought an airport was being built with their money, Emmanuel Oude and his associates were just living it up, buying houses across the globe, forcing their way into even higher society, and just doing what any of us would do if we suddenly had $200 million in stolen cash. Going absolutely crazy. But all good things must come to an end. This time, however, it almost didn't. In 1997, the Spanish bank called Santander planned to buy out the Brazilian bank and started to comb through their financial records. Imagine the surprise of the accountant's face when he saw that half the bank's capital was sitting in unnamed Cayman Islands accounts, completely unmonitored. The resulting chaos caused an international manhunt, a 5-continent criminal investigation, multiple arrests, and even the owners of the bank were forced to foot the bill of $242 million in place of their customer funds, which was managed by the bank. But that still didn't prevent the bank from collapsing under the weight of its own negligence. During the investigation, it was discovered the director who made the deal for the investment for the fake airport did so using entirely criminal and nefarious means in order to presumably secure his $10 million commission. Emmanuel Oude and his accomplices, however, were not even caught at this stage. In fact, they probably thought they were the smartest people in the world to have managed to hide the paper trail and get away with all of this forever, remaining wealthy to this very day. But eventually, in 2003, the money was traced back to them, and Oude was arrested in his big mansion, along with his dozens of exotic cars being seized. Because if you've ever seen a fraudster with this level of success being arrested before, You'll know it always comes complete with at least a handful of expensive and rare sports cars. Apparently it's just what you do when you're really rich and a criminal.
Just buy 50 sports
But this
cars.
is where the story gets really crazy, because it was later discovered that Emmanuel Oude was not exactly the mastermind behind it all. In fact, he wasn't even the person that made first contact with the Brazilian bank. That was done by an associate by the name of Ide Okoli. They had been working together on the scheme, but after the first $4 million had been transferred, the gang kicked Okoli to the curb, keeping the other $180 million for themselves. Which, I guess you know what they say, there's no honor among thieves. But by 2004, all of the criminals had found themselves in court, facing down the barrel of a lengthy sentence. All except one. Remember Christian Anajemba? He was one of the main 3 culprits who pulled off this fraud, and by this point, he'd been assassinated prior to the case making it to trial. Though the details on whether or not this was looked into to try and determine why he was assassinated and by who are really impossible to find. His wife, however, after an initial not guilty plea, decided to cooperate with all investigations, both criminal and civil, as well as forfeiture proceedings, who were tasked with recovering what they could of the $190 million that the former bank owners were then forced to pay off as part of Santander's purchase agreement. For this, and you've got to remember how involved in the crime she was and how much money she had and how many years they got away with it, she was only sentenced to 2.5 years in prison. As for Emmanuel Oude, he proclaimed that he would not stand in the way of justice. But just as a man who'd received $190 million in stolen funds for selling a fake airport would do, he tried to bribe the head of the commission with $75,000 to get the charges dropped. This obviously didn't work, and attempted bribery was added to the list of crimes. So he tried the carrot, which didn't work. It was now time to try the stick. This time, Emmanuel Oude attempted to kidnap one of the prosecution's witnesses. Not exactly something you see from white-collar criminals a lot of the time, because they typically just do the financial crime. But Oude is different, and remember, of course, his friend and accomplice had at this point been assassinated. When this didn't work as well, there was then a bomb scare and bomb threats at the courthouse, coincidentally exactly during his trial. But eventually justice was served. I guess, because Emmanuel Oude received a 29-year prison sentence, which should be the end of the story. He should be in prison right now. But in 2006, just 2 years after the trial, Emmanuel Oude was released from prison. So with a new lease on life, you know, he's dodged a massive prison sentence somehow. Did he move on? No, because in his mind, this was still not enough. He instead filed a lawsuit to recover his assets that were seized as part of the criminal trial.
My god.
Claiming that much of the assets that were seized
were his
prior to the crimes. The last counts of assets he recovered was around $52 million. Meaning this guy was found guilty of stealing $190 million, committing one of the largest banking frauds in history, served only 2 years, and still made it out with $52 million. Not only that, but he was later charged with murder, along with 26 other charges for his participation in a land dispute in 2016, where he was alleged to be the ringleader during a situation that led to 4 policemen being shot and a security officer being killed. Yet again, he walked free very soon after. As for the Brazilian banking director who enabled this whole situation, Mr. Sakaguchi was sentenced with just a couple years for banking fraud in Switzerland. Which makes this, without a doubt, one of the stupidest stories I've ever researched, because Sakaguchi is painted as a victim of fraud because he did believe that he was investing the bank's money into a real airport, but he did so fraudulently. He did it in order to secure the investment for his own commission of $10 million. And when you come to the end of the story, murder, attempted kidnapping, bribery, a conviction, assassinations, hundreds of millions of dollars, and the main culprit just walks away. It's just an insane story. But hey, hopefully you enjoyed, and I'll see you next time. Peace.
Oops. It was a good
Candace
story.
Owens that the bullet that
Oops,
killed
what
Kirk
happened?
did not
Whoa,
match the
stop
rifle
skipping
target.
around, piece of shit developer. Sorry, I touched my keyboard. Jesus Christ, you fucking incompetent piece of software developer shit.
Was Candace Owens really just vindicated on the Charlie Kirk assassination? Right, that's what you have many asking after a Daily Mail headlines that the bullet that killed Kirk did not match the rifle tied to suspect Tyler Robinson. And that went everywhere. TMZ ran the same framing, Owens declared victory, but the problem is that the headline is misleading. Right, the ATF report actually said that the bullet couldn't be identified as matching, which is very different from saying that it didn't match. Well, the conspiracy machine, it's running full speed. The actual case, it's still very early on with the FBI conducting its own analysis that isn't even finished yet. Of course, you have many concerns and doubts there because of who is leading the FBI now. But where I want to start is with what actually happened. Here's what's real. Robinson's defense team filed a motion to delay a hearing set for May so they could keep reviewing evidence, with NBC obtaining that filing. And in it, the defense cited a summary report from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives saying that the ATF was, quote, unable to identify the bullet recovered at autopsy to the rifle allegedly tied to Robinson. And the AP describing the finding more simply, saying inconclusive. And the AP also explained why that is not unusual. Forensic ballistics analysis depends heavily on the size and condition of the bullet fragments. Experts look for microscopic markings left on a bullet as it passes through the barrel, markings that are unique to each firearm. And if the fragments are too small or they're too damaged, they can't make a definitive match. That does not mean that the gun did not fire that bullet. It means that the evidence was not sufficient to confirm that it did. And Robinson's team hasn't even actually been able to review the full case file associated with the ATF report yet. And again, that's as the FBI is conducting its own separate bullet analysis that hasn't been completed. Which brings us to the specifics of the headlines versus the reality. With the Daily Mail, they ran the headline, bullet used to kill Charlie Kirk did not match rifle allegedly used by suspect. But then, if you even read the first sentence of their own article, it says that the bullet may not match, which is already a lot less definitive than the headline. And again, they weren't alone. TMZ ran a similar framing, and you had Candace Owens running with it, posting, where are all my neocons who have been overwhelmed by—
Where are my Nazis at? Where are my Nazis at, neocons? What do you mean, Nazis?
Against Tyler Robinson. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. Hope the money was
Where are my Nazis
worth your
at?
soul. With that post and others like it spreading everywhere, people reading the headlines, skipping the article, and treating it as proof, hey, there's no case against Robinson. But as people who have been pushing back have pointed out, the ATF said that it was unable to identify the bullet, and that's quite different than being able to identify it as a non-match. See what others accusing the Daily Mail of running clickbait trash, saying they're purely leaning into this because they know there are a bunch of rabid conspiracy theorists who will not take the time to understand this. And of course, that's as the bullet analysis isn't the only evidence in this case. It's not even close. Prosecutors say that DNA consistent with Robinson's was found on the rifle, though Robinson's defense pushed back on that, claiming that multiple people's DNA was found and more analysis is needed. Also, on top of that, defense attorneys say that they just received a hard drive containing a large volume of audio, video, and data files that still need to be reviewed, which is part of why they're asking for the delay. You also have prosecutors insisting that they have enough evidence to go to trial regardless of what the ATF bullet analysis shows. Robinson actually hasn't even entered a plea yet. This case is still in the very, very early stages. But I also then have to add that the conspiracy fuel didn't just stop with a bullet report. Where the sheriff of Washington County, Utah, the county where Robinson was arrested, abruptly resigned from his job on Friday after a 30-year career in law enforcement. And you have the Salt Lake City Tribune reporting that the resignation came, quote, after the county received complaints from individuals who were concerned with operations of the sheriff's office. Now, we don't know the details of those complaints, but you had Candace Owens immediately connecting it to the Kirk case.
My instinct is that there's going to be some corruption. He's gotten involved in something and he has to quietly resign. Like if you're in the middle of an election, they're usually digging up dirt on you. They may have found something. I am wondering if this might have something to do with Tyler Robinson and the Charlie Kirk case. I don't know for certain, but I'm interested.
Right, and Candace wasn't alone. You also had Marjorie Taylor Greene going further, writing, the ATF could not match the bullet to Tyler Robinson's gun, and when the news breaks, the sheriff resigns. But then also, looking at the timeline, it doesn't actually appear to support that connection. Reports say that the sheriff resigned on Friday, and the bullet reporting came out yesterday. So the two events, they overlap in the news cycle, but there's no established link between them. And all of this, it's happening as Robinson's due in court in just over 2 weeks for a hearing about whether cameras will be allowed into the courtroom. He still hasn't entered a plea. The FBI's bullet analysis isn't done. The defense is asking for more time with the evidence, and prosecutors say, they're ready for trial. But also with that, understand this is probably going to be a long case. And that is, the gap between what the evidence actually shows and what headlines and social media are telling people, it shows that this is a recurring problem throughout it all. And understand, I say that as someone that has a number of questions about what went down that day. But at least on this specific situation, it looks like another case study in how misinformation works in real time. Right, by the time that the AP and NBC published the actual nuanced reporting, you had hundreds of thousands of people already seeing a headline, skipping the article, and forming an opinion that's not supported by the facts. And like with any situation, the accused deserves a fair trial, the victims and their families, they deserve a real investigation, and the public deserves reporting that tells them what the evidence actually says, not what gets them the most clicks. So then also, actually, I want to say, all of this, it's going down as we got a final verdict on another high-profile legal battle. Because the Supreme Court just made it a lot easier for parents to force their gay and transgender children into dangerous and widely discredited conversion therapies. But also, this broad decision, it goes beyond just controversial conversion therapies. It has sweeping implications for the ability of states to regulate their own medical care and protect their residents against harmful medical practices. Because specifically, the case in question here centers around a law that Colorado enacted in 2019 that banned physicians and mental health professionals from trying to change the
Conversion therapy for gay youth banned in Colorado.
sexual orientation or gender identity of minors. But also, Colorado...
Go Colorado!
Half of all states have banned conversion therapy for minors or implemented some kind of restrictions over the last decade as more and more evidence emerged that the practice was harmful. Or with major medical groups also discrediting the practice as an increasing number of studies linked it to depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, and higher rates of suicide among gay and transgender people. So under Colorado's law, practitioners were subject to a $5,000 fine for...
We love our LGBTQ people, and we don't want you to go through what you're going through with the right wing right now. I'm sorry. I would get rid of the right wing if I could.
Each violation and a suspension or loss of a counseling license. Though there, I'll say a very big thing is that Colorado officials say
anti-humanist death cult.
That no one's actually ever been disciplined. But back in 2022, an evangelical Christian therapist by the name of Kaylee Childs sued, arguing that the law violated her First Amendment rights by preventing her from offering voluntary faith-based counseling for religious minors who were questioning their sexual orientation or dealing with gender dysphoria. And in her court filings, Childs argued that she wasn't trying to cure patients or change their sexual orientation. She said that she just wanted to help patients with their own efforts to live consistently with their faith. Goals, she said, would sometimes include seeking to reduce or eliminate unwanted sexual attractions. She also claimed that the law made it hard for parents to find therapists who would discuss gender identity with kids unless the counseling directly affirms transition. Then on the other side, you had Colorado defending the law, arguing that it still allows for broad conversations about gender identity and sexual orientation within the context of religious guidance, noting that the law literally exempts religious ministries entirely and claims that the measure is only meant to block therapies that try to convert LGBTQ+ minors to heterosexuality or traditional gender norms, with the state attorney general arguing that the law doesn't violate free speech protections because therapy is a form of healthcare, which makes it different from other kinds of speech. Noting that states have long had the power to regulate medical treatments carried out through speech in order to protect patients from substandard care. And very notably here, the state AG also warned that if the Supreme Court ruled against Colorado, it would undermine the ability of all states to protect their residents from bad medical practices and make it harder for people to sue providers when they give bad advice. And what you saw is that argument was upheld by two separate courts, with the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 10th Circuit ruling that talk therapy isn't a form of pure speech, but rather a medical treatment that can be regulated by the state. And that decision appeared to align with past precedent set by the Supreme Court, which has allowed certain restrictions that govern a person's conduct, even if those restrictions unintentionally butt up against free speech. Today, what you had was the Supreme Court ruling that that was not the case when it came to Colorado's law, with the justices striking down the lower court's decision and ruling in favor of Childs. And I will say a very big thing is that this was not a typical conservative versus liberal split. The decision was 8-1, or with Justice Neil Gorsuch arguing in the majority opinion that Colorado may regard its policy as essential to public health and safety, but the law ultimately censors speech in violation of the First Amendment. And that was also echoed by some of the liberal justices as well, with Elena Kagan and Sonia Sotomayor filing a concurring opinion arguing that the law regulates viewpoints on one side of the debate over conversion therapy for minors, but not the other. But then on the other...
Warp drive active.
On the side, you had Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, the sole dissenter, arguing that this ruling could have a catastrophic impact on healthcare across the nation if states cannot regulate some kinds of speech by licensed professionals, writing, "This decision might make speech-only therapies and other medical treatments involving practitioner speech effectively unregulatable," and adding that it opens a dangerous can of worms that threatens to impair states' ability to regulate the provision of medical care in any respect and ultimately risks grave harm to Americans' health and well-being. So arguing that not only does this decision undermine the conversion therapy bans and restrictions that are currently in place in almost half of all states, but it could also have an untold impact on the ability of all state governments to regulate any kind of medical care that poses a threat to all Americans. And so while this could be massively consequential, for now, we're gonna have to wait to see how sweeping the long-term impacts are gonna be. And then there's more we've got to dive into in just a minute, but first let me thank a sponsor and say, if your day is bouncing between meetings, the gym, and everything else, figuring out what to eat, it usually becomes a last-minute decision and not always a great one. And that's where today's sponsor, Factor, comes in. Factor is fully prepared food that's ready when you are, and more importantly, it's actually good. They deliver chef-made, dietitian-approved meals that show up ready to go. You just heat it up, eat, and keep moving. No cooking, no cleanup, no losing time trying to make something decent in the middle of a, busy day. For me, it's been clutch, especially on days where I don't even have the time to think about food, but I still want something that feels like a real meal. And I've been leaning into their high-protein options when I'm trying to stay on track without overcomplicating things. And the ingredients, they feel legit, right? Lean proteins, real vegetables, balanced meals. They also say skip the junk, no refined sugars, no artificial sweeteners, and no refined seed oils. And there's a ton of variety too, over 100 rotating options, plus plans with Calorie Smart, Mediterranean, and just other things that support your goals. And meals arrive fresh, never frozen, and you're eating in about 2 minutes. It's basically a quick reset in the middle of a busy day. So hey, just scan that QR code or go to factormeals.com/DeFranco50 off and use code DeFranco50 off to get 50% off and free breakfast for a year. But then, diving right back into the news, Trump is telling US allies to get their own oil as he's thinking about wiping his hands clean of this war and just leaving Iran in control of the Strait of Hormuz. And that's even though he has repeatedly claimed that a deal to end this war and reopen the strait is close, while he's also then threatened to obliterate civilian infrastructure in what experts say would be a war crime, and he's refused to rule out ground operations that would risk American lives and might not even work. And all of this is coming as, whatever he does moving forward, thousands have been killed, millions have been displaced, and they're at risk of hunger and being pushed into poverty, and the Americans that he supposedly serves, they're paying more at the pump than in years. So let's start with the situation between the US and its traditional European allies. Right, Spain's probably been the continent's most vocal opponent of the war, denying the US use of military bases in its territory from the very beginning. But also, the UK and France declined to support what they would consider offensive military operations. And then everyone's pretty much flat out refused Trump's call for them to escort commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz while the conflict's ongoing. And again, despite the fact that he started this war without consulting them, and he's previously vowed to take their territory among other threats and insults, he has repeatedly complained about a lack of support from American allies in the war, even as he has repeatedly insisted that he doesn't actually need it. And that strategy has apparently not been working, with allies only making it clearer and clearer that they do not see this as their war. Spain, for example, they went even further this week, closing their airspace to American aircraft involved in the war. There are also reports that Italy restricted the use of a base in Sicily by American planes, and Trump claimed on social media this morning that France, quote, wouldn't let planes headed to Israel loaded up with the military supplies fly over French territory, with him saying in a separate post, all of those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, I have a suggestion for you. Number one, buy from the US, we have plenty, and number two, build up some delayed courage. Go to the Strait and just take it. You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us. Iran has been essentially decimated. And you also had Defense Secretary Hegseth echoing Trump's words in a Pentagon press briefing this morning, which by the way was also the first one in almost 2 weeks.
A lot has been shown to the world about what our allies would be willing to do for the United States of America when we undertake an effort of this scope on behalf of the free world. These are missiles that don't even range the United States of free world. They range allies and others, and yet when we ask for additional assistance or simple access basing overflight, we get questions or roadblocks or hesitations. And the president's pointing out, you don't have much of an alliance if you have countries that are not willing to stand with you when you need them.
But then when asked about Russia, which is believed to be providing Iran intelligence to target US forces and may soon even start sending weapons to the country, as well as China, which has also been quietly supporting Iran in some ways, he had not a single word of criticism.
As far as Russia and China, we know exactly what they're doing, what they are or are not doing. We don't have to air publicly what all of that is, but where necessary, we're addressing it, we're mitigating it, or we're confronting it.
Right, and with all that, in addition to Hegseth having previously said that Iran can't hit the United States, even though one of the stories they fed to the American public is that we were at an imminent risk, Hegseth, he really just gave a lot of vague answers, arguing that it was just necessary to protect the mission.
Don't tell your enemy what you're willing to do or not do, And don't tell your enemy when you're willing to stop.
And with that, he wouldn't refuse to rule out boots on the ground, and he repeated his stance that the choice to end this war is Trump's alone. Though I will say he also claimed that the upcoming days will be decisive and argued that the US was closer than ever before to winning, even though Trump declared more than a week ago that the war had already been won. And I know that we've joked about it, but according to Axios, Trump has suggested that the war was about to end at least 12 times already. With the most recently suggesting that that was the case, as he insisted that the US is negotiating successfully with Iran's leaders, who he says are part of a new and more reasonable regime, even though, one, they say that they're not negotiating with the US, and two, even if they are, they're part of the same regime that Trump claims to have destroyed. The new supreme leader is the son of the last one and is believed to be even more hardline. And the guy Trump's claim that the US is dealing with is a former Revolutionary Guard commander who's been serving as Speaker of Parliament since 2020. But with all that, you had Hegseth insisting that negotiations between the US and Iran are very real and gaining strength, and repeating Trump's claim that the regime change has been accomplished.
President Trump doesn't bluff, and he does not back down. This new regime, because regime change has occurred, should be wiser than the last. President Trump will make a deal he is willing. If Iran is not willing, then the United States War Department will continue with even more intensity.
And with that, the military has reportedly begun flying B-52 bomber missions over land for the first time, which is a sign that Iran's air defenses have been significantly degraded. And so the military is now reportedly focused on destroying supply chains that feed Iran's missile, drone, and naval ship building facilities, with the aim being to prevent the country from being able to replace munitions that have been destroyed in thousands of American attacks up till now. But also, despite all that, Iranian strikes have kept up across the region, with the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait all among the countries responding to drone and missile attacks in the past day. And one attack that made it through hit a massive oil tanker belonging to Kuwait. It was anchored off the coast of Dubai, and it just reinforced Iran's stranglehold over the strait. And the whole situation might be getting more complicated with the Houthis in Yemen now having joined the war, because they control territory along key Red Sea shipping routes, and they previously targeted vessels there, and that could potentially be another way for Iran to put pressure on the global economy. And while Trump's threatened to resolve the situation in some way with ground operations or strikes on power plants and even desalination facilities, there's no guarantee that any of those options would work. And also, it feels like it just keeps getting overlooked. Regarding attacks on civilian infrastructure, you're talking about a possible war crime. The potential humanitarian fallout could be massive. Although there's another option that Trump's considering, which is just following through on his threat to just abandon this whole project and leave it to the allies. And actually, the Wall Street Journal is saying today that he's told aides that he's willing to end the war even if the Strait of Hormuz remains largely closed. And that apparently coming after they told him that a mission to open the strait would push the conflict beyond his timeline of 4 to 6 weeks. But with that, according to an Iran expert at the Brookings Institution, walking away now, it would be unbelievably irresponsible, what they're arguing. The US and Israel started the war together and can't walk away from the fallout. Energy markets are inherently global, and there is no possibility of insulating the United States from the economic damage that is already occurring and will become exponentially worse if the closure of the strait continues. And the thing is, she's right. Even though the US isn't dependent on oil exports from the Middle East, it's not immune. Right? Global oil prices have been hanging out around $114 a barrel, up from around $72 before the war began. And the average cost of gas in the United States, it's jumped 35% since the war began. It passed on average $4 a gallon today, the first time since 2022. Diesel hit $5.42 a gallon, up from $3.76. Though with that, you had White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt arguing that it's just temporary and saying in a statement, gas prices will plummet back to the multi-year lows American drivers enjoyed before these short-term disruptions when the Iran war is over. And there, I would say she's kind of right in the sense that experts say that prices won't meaningfully drop until the supplies can again flow freely out of the Persian Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz. But every single day that doesn't happen, a quick recovery becomes even more difficult. And also, whatever happens, the effects right now, they're being experienced by everyday Americans. And Americans are already struggling with costs, and some families are reportedly being pushed to the brink. I mean, globally, we've already talked about how the World Food Program said that tens of millions are at risk of being pushed into hunger. And adding to that today, you had the UN Development Program reporting that the war may push 4 million people across the Arab world into poverty, with the head of the program's Regional Bureau for Arab States noting that the projections were based on just 4 weeks of war, which we've now passed. And then on top of all that, of course, there have been the lives that have been lost. The American death toll stands at 13 service members, at least 17 have been killed in Israel, at least 50 people have been reported killed in other nations across the region, and those numbers, of course, are dwarfed by the death tolls in Iran and Lebanon. But at least 1,574 civilians, including 236 children, have been killed in Iran since the war began, according to the human rights activist news agency. And more than 1,230 people in Lebanon have been killed since the latest fighting between Israel and Hezbollah began, according to the Lebanese health ministry. And that's a place where you've some increasingly worried that what happened in Gaza may be playing out once again there, especially as Israel has more clearly outlined its plan for the invasion, occupation, and destruction of homes in the southern part of the country. Then also, while we're talking about Israel, they've come under criticism for their latest moves targeting Palestinians. And that's because you had Israeli lawmakers wearing nooses on their lapels to show support for a new law that other countries are saying saying will be used to hang Palestinians while Israeli attackers go free. Or with that law allowing them to hang people for homicides that they say are intended to undermine the state of Israel. Once convicted, the verdict only requires a simple majority vote, and the accused have to be killed within 180 days, which limits their chance for a retrial. And as far as why
you guys
hanging
talk
instead of
about
something like a
death.
government injection, well, that's because Israel's National Doctors Union has refused to carry out lethal
Like it's
injections, with the chairman
normal.
of the Israeli Medical Association's ethics committee saying, quote, using medical knowledge for purposes other than promoting health and well-being undermines the ethical foundations of medicine. But then also, another thing with this is that judges will apparently be able to make exceptions for those convicted. However, the circumstances there are unspecified, and reports say, quote, the legislation will leave those convicted in military courts with no clear path to receiving a pardon. And that's before mentioning that Palestinians tried in military courts specifically have fewer civil rights protections and less due process than if they were tried in Israel's civilian courts, with maybe the only small relief for those who are concerned here being that the law won't be applied to Palestinians who have already been jailed. Also, while these hangings would technically apply to both Israeli and Palestinian crimes, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's ruling coalition seemed to specifically argue that the law would be to discourage future Palestinian attacks on the Israeli people. And as you have many far-right Israeli lawmakers seeing this as a win, you also have many others saying this is a definitive sign of the aggressive front that the country's been seeing against Palestinians, which has only been growing since the Hamas attacks back in 2023. Right, that year, Hamas seized more than 250 people, eventually exchanging surviving captives and the remains of those killed for some 3,500 Palestinian prisoners held by Israeli forces. And you've had right-wing lawmakers like Moshe Sadah having said, each time we don't use the death penalty, we are encouraging the next attempt to take hostages. But then with all that, you're seeing people saying, well, a problem here is that not all Palestinians are Hamas. In fact, the vast majority of them are. With also people calling out a double standard. Or because when asked about Jewish extremists like Barak Goldstein, who murdered 29 Palestinians in 1994, Sadah only said that they should be imprisoned, saying you can't compare them to Hamas extremists because they have a society that's, quote, supporting and encouraging their actions. But there you've had critics making the same comments about Israeli extremists on the other side. And many saying that the caveat of the law targeting attacks that negate the existence of Israel seems to be completely ignoring any attacks that have been made in the name of the Israeli state. With reports saying that by this standard, it would effectively be impossible to execute Jewish extremists. And you had the former head of Israel's public defender's office saying the intent is clearly for the law to apply to Palestinians and not to Jewish terrorism at all. And then you also had a lawyer with a Palestinian rights group telling the Times, by design, this legislation exclusively targets Palestinians, violating the fundamental principle of equality and prohibition on racial discrimination. With the law then also striking other fears that as Palestinians wait for potential death sentences, extremists could be inspired to take more hostages to demand their release, creating this sort of cycle of violence that could exacerbate the problem even further. But the Israeli government didn't seem moved by these types of issues before it was put into place, as Israeli justice officials, liberal groups, and countries like Britain, Germany, Italy, and France all warned against it as well, saying we are particularly worried about the de facto discriminatory character of the bill, saying the adoption of this bill would risk undermining Israel's commitments with regard to democratic principles. And actually, for some context here, Israel's only used the death penalty twice in its history. Once for a man who was publicly exonerated after his death, and another for a leading Nazi official. And it's also worth noting that many Western countries outside of the US have moved away from the death penalty. And in fact, so much so that reports say that Israeli lawmakers frequently invoke the American practice of capital punishment when justifying the legislation. However, legal experts are raising alarms that this new law ignores the guardrails that we use in the US, which are meant to minimize the death penalty's inherent risks. Of course, there are concerns about and examples of the failure of those guardrails as well. And then also the targeted language surrounding this new law leaves a lot of room for concern. But on religious grounds, more conservative Orthodox lawmakers, even those in Netanyahu's coalition, were against the law based on rabbinical ruling. Rabbi Benny Lau of Jerusalem said that although capital punishment exists in Jewish legal tradition, it almost is impossible to carry out. But also with this sudden pressure, you had Rabbi Lau saying it's clear that this is all about revenge. It's a circus of violence pretending to be about security. People saying that we're seeing medieval violence being signed into law all because of the politics of hateful extremist leaders who have done their best to actually keep the tensions rising, and arguing that this is actually going to leave more innocent lives in danger. But for now, we'll have to wait to see how this continues to play out, and in the meantime, what are your thoughts here? We'll get back to the video in just a minute, but first, let me thank a sponsor and say, I've got to thank you for trusting us to wade through the chaos of the daily news cycle. And that's why we've used today's sponsor, Ground News, as part of our research process in today's deep dive. Right behind the scenes of the PDS, we use Ground News to account for media bias, relative levels of source factuality, and of course, know who owns the source because, well, that can matter. And if you want to dive deeper into the impact of rising oil prices, Ground News aggregated 300 articles, podcasts, and analyses from across the political spectrum, all centered around Iran's attacks on Gulf energy sites and the resulting oil supply disruption. They even linked directly to key moments in podcasts where this topic ends up being discussed, saving us hours of manual research so we can focus on expert interviews and primary research. And easily my favorite's the blind spot feed, which flags stories covered mostly or entirely by one side, helping you quickly spot gaps in coverage. You might be surprised with how much people are missing. So hey, go see for yourself why they've got over 10,000 5-star reviews at ground.news/DeFranco. Just scan that QR code or head to ground.news/DeFranco today to get 40% off unlimited access to the Vanguard plan, which is the one I use. But then, diving back into the news for our final story today, we need to talk about how thanks to shoddy police work and artificial intelligence, this woman spent 5 months in jail for a crime that was committed in a state that she had never even been to. So this is Angela Lip. She's a 50-year-old grandmother of 5 from Tennessee. And in fact, she spent nearly her entire life in northern Tennessee, with the full extent of her traveling being, to surrounding states. And so it definitely caught her by surprise when she was arrested and extradited for bank fraud in North Dakota. Right, because last summer, police in Fargo, North Dakota, they were investigating a string of bank frauds that took place in April and May. And in at least 4 of those, the same woman showed a fake military ID card with stolen personal information and withdrew money from a bank account or a home line of credit. In the West Fargo Police Department, they took this surveillance footage from these frauds and decided to ask its intelligence unit to identify a person of interest using an AI-powered facial recognition app called Clearview AI. Right, and Clearview AI, it actually works by scraping billions of photos from social media sites, and it's used by hundreds of local police departments, the Department of Homeland Security, and the FBI. Though they pointedly say that it's not meant to be used on its own, but as a tool within the broader investigation process. And you had the company saying it generates leads. It does not make identifications, draw conclusions, or recommend arrests. When using Clearview AI's platform, independent corroboration by trained law enforcement professionals is required. And as you have picked up by this point, that is not what happened. Right, the West Fargo police said that the Clearview AI, quote, identified a potential suspect with similar features to Angela Lip's, and they passed that information onto the Fargo police. And they then tracked down Angela's Facebook and Instagram and her Tennessee driver's license, with the Fargo police detective determining that Angela matched the suspect that Clearview AI offered, which was then apparently enough probable cause for the Cass County State's Attorney's Office to charge Angela with 8 felonies, 4 counts of unauthorized use of personal identifying information, and 4 counts of property theft. Right, and then in July, a judge signed an arrest warrant authorizing nationwide extradition of Angela to Fargo. And within 2 weeks, U.S. Marshals arrested Angela in Tennessee at gunpoint while she was babysitting 4 young kids. So they're then booked in jail in Tennessee as a fugitive from justice from North Dakota, and she was there for more than 3 months. And that's despite repeatedly saying that she had never even been to North Dakota. But she was told that if she wanted to fight the charges, she'd have to allow herself to be extradited. And come October, that is exactly what happened, with Angela writing in a GoFundMe post. It was the first time I had ever been on an airplane. I was terrified and exhausted and humiliated. And this is where the real kicker is. After meeting with her, Angela's attorney, Jay Greenwood, he did some pretty standard level digging into the case. He spoke with her family and friends who sent over some bank records showing that she had been making deposits and withdrawals in Tennessee at the same time the frauds in North Dakota were happening. So you had her attorney saying the authorities blindly trusted the AI and, quote, made 0 other efforts to corroborate that identification. And adding, nor did they do any interviews with her or people in her orbit to determine whether they had the right person. And so as a result of that, Angela spent 5 months in jail. It wasn't until just before Christmas that the charges were dismissed. And then on Christmas Eve, Angela was finally released from custody in North Dakota. But then she also didn't have any way to get back home.
I had summer clothes on and no coat, and it was so cold outside and snow on the ground. I scared. I was scared about that too. I wanted out, but I didn't know what I was going to do, how I was going to get home.
The Fargo police, they didn't even pay for any expenses. In fact, local defense attorneys put her up in a hotel room and got her money for food off for Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. And then from there, she was driven to Chicago so she could get back to Tennessee. And because of her lengthy stay in jail, she wasn't able to pay her bills at home. And so when she got back to Tennessee, she had lost everything: her house, her car, even her dog. But the reason that we're talking about this now is because the police in North Dakota have recently come out to admit their, quote, missteps in handling the case, pointing to West Fargo and saying they weren't aware their neighbor had used a new AI system, and they have since prohibited its use going forward. Right? And that, along with a complete overhaul of their use of AI as well, with the Fargo police chief saying, "We're happy to acknowledge when we make errors, and we've made a few in this case for sure. We certainly apologize for any effect or adverse effect that this has had on trust in the community." Though he notably stopped short of apologizing to Angela directly, and when he was called out about that, he responded by saying that they are still investigating the Fargo bank frauds and that it must be carried out by a large criminal organization, saying. So I think that's an appropriate question and response at the right time, but we do not know definitively who's involved and who's not at this juncture. Though, of course, Angela's attorneys were quick to mention that there is no evidence connecting her to bank frauds. And so then with that, we know that they're planning to file a lawsuit, and they're specifically looking into why she was held for so long, especially when the bank records to exonerate her were readily available. And so you had her attorneys saying, "We believe that Angela's lengthy detention was unnecessary and should have been avoided with a proper investigation by law enforcement." And I will say it's also worth noting that the same police chief who stopped short of apologizing to Angela has also conveniently just retired, with him even shooting down questions about Angela at his retirement press conference. And so yeah, AI apparently not just coming for a lot of people's jobs, In the wrong hands, it's also taking away people's freedom, which is just absolutely insane. And it then begs the question of, are there other cases like this in the United States? And if so, how many? But that right there, my friends, you beautiful bastards, is the end of today's show. Though remember, for individualized breakdowns of today's stories, as well as stuff that wasn't even on the show, go to and subscribe to philipdefranco.com. We're on Substack now. You'll even get some extras there, including ad-free Philip DeFranco shows if you want. And I just did a deep dive interview with Tommy Vitor from Pod Save America. But no matter what you do, let me just say thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
My worst political take by far was Hillary Clinton can't lose. Just the arrogance leading into the 2016 election, the dismissal of Trump. I'm just like a huge butterfly wings guy. Like the worst things that have happened to me in my life, if I think about them today, I wouldn't change a thing because I feel like it got me from here to there. And so my advice to people is like, lean into it, lean into the grief, you know, like don't try to go hide and be alone.
Any regrets? You have any regrets? What's this? I said, do you have any regrets about your relationship with Epstein? You decide. What's that? You decide. You want me to decide?
While you're holding that still, mentally have the idea it's moving back and forth. Mentally have the idea that it's moving. Okay? Don't worry, it'll start moving, and it'll start moving wider and wider. See, it's already doing that. Just mentally have the idea. It's going to start making circles. There you are. See? Circles. Now bigger and bigger circles. There you are.
Oh my heavens.
It is called the Big Bang. First of all, it was neither big nor did it bang.
No, I'm asking you, sir.
What? You give me your opinion.
Look, what?
You have a right to your opinion.
Look, I'm asking you, sir.
Noonor. If I can get by with a blanket, I will kick off the heater for now until it gets too cold in here. Oops.
To give the command to a drone requires you to have an active target.
Today, I want to talk about Deepak Chopra. Deepak Chopra is like a spiritual guru, you could say. He's also a businessman. He has a lot of books as well as a center and courses and app. Deepak Chopra was also very popular with celebrities, and he was on the Oprah show in the 90s, which is how he blew up. I feel like a lot of people know who Deepak Chopra is. The thing about Deepak is that he was mentioned over 3,000 times in the Epstein files. Since these emails came out, there has been fallout. He lost his job. There have been calls to boycott, like his latest book and his ventures and such. Deepak's response to all of this is to basically say that he wasn't involved in anything. And then, as I was looking into the whole thing, there are like other scandals that have nothing to do with Epstein before, during, and after. That he was involved in this like Harvard LSD study. Dude, the rabbit hole goes deep. He's very litigious. So, allegedly, I'm speculating. I have on my speculating hat, my conspiracy theorizing speculating hat. So what I am going to do is what I always do on my channel. And that is I'm going to give you guys the facts. And then we're going to discuss the theories. And then you can decide for yourself. So the whole thing started in 1946 in New Delhi, India, when Deepak Chopra was born. And he was born into a Punjabi Hindu family that were pretty well off. Like his father was a military doctor, British Indian Army cardiologist, and he was also a medical advisor to Lord Mountbatten. Deepak Chopra ends up following his father's footsteps and going into medicine as well. So here it says 1965, he was 17 years old. This is according to Deepak Chopra. He said, quote, "It was the talk of the town and I was privy to participation in a psychedelic experience." He said that this institute that he attended was funded by the Rockefeller Foundation, and it included a group of American professors and exchange students from Harvard University. And they were doing these studies on campus where they were giving volunteers LSD to see what would happen, you know, like they did with MK Ultra. But now they're doing this in India at one of their universities. The research experiment was comprised of a group of medical students, half American and half Indian. And they would have them all under the influence of LSD and asked to view a poster of Mother Teresa. Deepak Chopra says he took the acid, he sat in front of the view a poster experiment.
Oh my God!
Was comprised of a group of medical students, half American and half Indian. And they would have them all under the influence of LSD and asked to view a poster of Mother Teresa. Deepak Chopra says he took the acid, he sat in front of the picture of Mother Teresa, and this is what he said happened. He said, "In the news there was this myth, or maybe it was true, that Mother Teresa was licking the wounds of children with leprosy and they were being healed." This is what he told Forbes magazine. He said, "I was very curious about that. So we took this LSD together, the professor and medical students, and we were asked to look at the poster. And I have never felt such a deep empathy and compassion as I felt then. I was crying. I just wanted to leave medical school and become a volunteer for Mother Teresa. It influenced the whole trajectory of my life because, you know, medicine is not just about treating people. It's about healing suffering." He said, "I was filled with a deep, deep compassion and desire to alleviate suffering, which never left me, by the way," he said. In 1969, he graduates from medical school, and then in 1970, he wants to come to the United States to work, but there was this ban. The Indian government was banning doctors from doing that, and so he finds a way to circumvent that by going to actually Sri Lanka and sits for US licensing exams there, and then only takes $25 with him to go to the United States with his wife, which he married Rita Chopra in India, and then he takes this clinical internship in New Jersey that was only paying like $200 a month. So that was how he was able to bypass that ban and get to the United States. Now he's in the United States. He gets licensed in Massachusetts in 1973, and he's board certified in internal medicine and endocrinology. He ends up teaching at Tufts University, Boston University, and Harvard Medical School, the same university that did that experiment with LSD. He's teaching there. Very, very successful, right? For someone who's just coming from another country. Okay, so now it's the 80s. So he's been in the United States for a decade, and he is now the chief of staff at New England Memorial Hospital. And this is where he starts talking about how he became addicted to caffeine and stimulants, and that he was like also a heavy smoker, and he had these grueling 36-hour shifts, and he was angry and crazy. And then later on, his son will expose him as being kind of like an alcoholic and abusive. But he was like, I was just, living this toxic lifestyle, and I healed and cured all of that and stopped doing any of those things by using transcendental meditation, or TM. The creator of transcendental meditation is this guy called Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, and he was very popular with like the celebrities of the time. And when all the Beatles and all these people were like into the Eastern philosophies and religions, and they were doing that, and they all had like a guru and a person they were learning from, that whole thing, he was one of those people. I want to read you a declassified CIA document from 1983, which is right around the time that this was going on. And I'm not going to read the entire thing because it's very long. This is dated June 9th, 1983. And it's Department of the Army, U.S. Army Operational Group, U.S. Army Intelligence and Security Command, Fort George, Meade, Maryland, whatever the zip code. The subject is analysis and assessment of gateway process. Number one, you tasked me to provide an assessment of the gateway experience in terms of its mechanics and ultimate practicality. As I set out to fulfill that tasking, it became clear that in order to assess the validity and practicality of the process, I needed to do enough supporting research and analysis to fully understand how and why the process works. Frankly, sir, that proved to be an extremely involved and difficult business. Initially, based on conversations with a physician who took the gateway training with me, I had recourse to the biomedical models developed by Itzhak Bentov to obtain information concerning the physical aspects of the process. Then I found it necessary to delve into various sources for information concerning quantum mechanics in order to be able to describe the nature and functioning of human consciousness. I had to construct a, scientifically valid and model. I will let you guys read the rest of that. You can go continue because it talks a little bit more about like the stigma of occult and how they had to like integrate sort of like the left brain and the right brain. I'll scroll through this document and you can screenshot and read because it's pretty interesting. There's so many different rabbit holes here. So there's like hypnosis, but I want to go here, transcendental meditation, which is what Deepak Chopra was doing. It says, on the other hand, transcendental meditation works in a distinctly different fashion from hypnosis. In this technique, intense and protracted single-minded concentration on the process of drawing energy up the spinal cord ultimately results in what appears to be creation of acoustical standing waves in the cerebral ventricles, which are then conducted to the gray matter in the cerebral cortex on the right side of the brain. And then there's some diagrams here, which you can look at, the homunculus and such. And then it says, as a result, according to Bentov, these waves will stimulate and eventually polarize the cortex in such a way that it will tend to conduct a signal along the homunculus, starting from the toes and on up. Again, you can read these, very interesting stuff. But for the purposes of this video, sorry if you hear my dogs barking, they're stomping upstairs. Happens every single goddamn morning, but I don't want to. Obviously, I'm not going to read all of this, but I want to read the conclusion. They say, there is a sound, rational basis in terms of physical science parameters for considering Gateway to be plausible in terms of its essential objectives. Institutional insights of not only personal but of practical and professional nature would seem to be within bounds of reasonable expectations. So they're like, we can do this. This is not just woo-woo, as they say. However, a phased approach for entering the gateway experience in an accelerated mode would seem to be required if the time needed to reach advanced states of altered consciousness is to be brought within more manageable limits from the standpoint of establishing an organization-wide exploitation of gateway's potential. So what I took from this, and what the point I'm trying to make with all of this, is that it seems here that they're saying this could work, but in order for it to work, like the people need to be primed. And if we're actually going to use this, we need to be able to accelerate when they can get to this point and achieve this level. And I just think it's very interesting when we talk about transcendental meditation and Deepak Chopra and Oprah. That rhymed. I didn't expect that, bars. When they both bring this transcendental medication thing on the map and we're pushing it so hard, and there were all these TM things, it's almost like have a tinfoil hat on for a reason. It's almost like they wanted a large chunk of the population to already be primed in this type of thing, and then from there, when they go to pick the people that might be the best to achieve such things, they're already pre-primed. Like, you know what I mean? But let me carry on with the facts. Okay, that's a theory. Let's get back to the facts. So that document that I just read you was in 1983. The beginning of the 80s is when Deepak Chopra gets into transcendental meditation. 1983 is when this document is written about the gateway process and transcendental meditation. In 1985 is when Deepak Chopra meets Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, who is like the creator, the godfather of transcendental meditation. So think about it. If they're writing about it and they know about it, they know about Maharishi.
I'm sorry, guys. I've got to go to the restroom. I'll be right back.
Mahesh Yogi, the guy who created it, right? Whoever's doing this study. Now, when Deepak Chopra meets him in 1985, after this report is written where it's established that this is good, but we need, a lot of people to follow these steps and whatever. Now, all of a sudden, Deepak Chopra is meeting with Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, and they say he rises through the ranks. He becomes, quote, top prophet. He then resigns from his post in the hospital where he's like chief of staff. He resigns from that post to create the Maharishi Ayurveda Health Center in Lancaster, Massachusetts. So now he's like full on guru, and this is the mid 80s. He then becomes the spokesperson for transcendental meditation. He also has a lot of products and Ayurvedic things and centers, and is selling a lot of stuff, including like enemas, oil baths, massages, week-long programs for thousands of dollars, herbals, teas, tinctures, all that stuff. This is also when he starts getting celebrity clients, because remember, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi was big with the celebrities. And so now here comes Deepak Chopra becoming top prophet, rising up through the ranks. He's doing the same thing. Elizabeth Taylor, Michael Jackson, all these people are going to his center, doing his treatments, following his protocols, all of that. It's 1989, and there is a book that is published, and it's Quantum Healing, Exploring the Frontiers of Mind-Body Medicine. Quantum healing. And remember, gateway stuff was also talking about like quantum. All of this shit is very quantum physics and stuff. That's even now, he's still like, this is a big part of what he talks about. And in this, they talk about how the mind can correct illnesses, I want to say ailments and illnesses in the body, and some controversial stuff. Like he's basically like, you can cure AIDS with your mind, and basically the placebo effect, but on steroids, essentially. And who knows, maybe that's something achievable, but you'll see that a lot of these fatal illnesses, he would say you could cure using his techniques, and he even got a wrongful death lawsuit against him for someone who died. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, so 1989, when this book is published, is also when Maharishi Mahesh Yoga gives him this title of Dhanvantari, of heaven and earth, which is Hindu god of medicine. And also he gave him the title Lord of Immortality. And then in 1999, we have his first scandal with the Journal of the American Medical Association, where Deepak Chopra co-authored this article where he's talking about like the benefits of these Ayurvedic products without disclosing that he had a direct financial stake in those very products that he was promoting and saying were good. And so it didn't meet the rigorous standards that they have of like ethics. The journal, they actually like publicly renounced him and were like, he had a stake in it. We didn't know. We don't think this is, legit anymore. And this is when he ends up making a shift to much more new age stuff and less like traditional medical stuff. He was doing this sort of integrative approach at first, but now that he's kind of lost some credibility, or a lot of credibility, he goes full new age, which is going to have like less regulations, less rigorous, standards and guidelines for which he has to follow. Also in 1991, he has another scandal, and this time it's the Boston Globe reporting that he plagiarized huge portions of his first book that was super successful, and they say that he literally, quote, lifted passages from other sources without credit. This is where there's this sort of beef that starts to emerge between Deepak and Maharishi, because apparently this bad publicity and all this stuff, or was it, the competition and whatever, for whatever reason, Maharishi did not want Deepak Chopra to continue writing books and promoting products and stuff like that. Instead of Deepak Chopra listening to Maharishi Yoga, he's like, okay, well, I'm just going to leave then. And so he not only leaves, but he starts saying publicly later on that like this is very cultish and it's a cult and that's why he left and all these bad things. They end up like banning his books, removing his books and products from the shelves. And Deepak Chopra ends up leaving the East Coast and goes to California. And this is when he gets on the Oprah show.
You say one of the things that you should do is never eat with people you don't like.
Because your state of awareness will influence how your food is metabolized. See, your state of mind can convert nectar into poison and the other way around too.
And this is where it explodes. He has like authored over 90 books. He, like a decade ago, his net worth was valued at like over $80 million. So he was like close to being a billionaire. Who knows what his net worth is now, if he got there or if with this backlash he lost some money, I don't know. But in any case, he becomes like this new age Ayurvedic / meditation, like quantum transcendental meditation guru. Okay, if that makes any sense. 3 years after the Oprah show in 1996 is when he gets his first sex scandal. Keep in mind that he is married, right? He's a spiritual guru, all of this. And the Weekly Standard publishes a cover story about Deepak Chopra saying that he hired a prostitute. Deepak Chopra retaliates by countersuing for a lot of money. And this is where you start to see the reputation he gets, where they say, don't mess with Deepak. In this article, they said that in 1991, he hired this prostitute in San Francisco, they said 3 times, and that he paid via credit card, and that's how they have like the evidence of it. He sued them for $35 million for libel. Said that suing the magazine was an act of love to help them reach a higher level of awareness. And they end up settling out of court for $1.6 million, and they had to like publish an apology. A year later, in 1997, there is another allegation, and this time he's being accused of sexual harassment. And this is by a former employee named Judith Geoghegan. Deepak Chopra came out and he said, this is like a shakedown. They're just trying to take advantage of the situation.
It's a shakedown.
Whoa! Lawsuit also got dismissed. We don't know if there was a settlement or what happened there, but that went away. Okay, this is like a really common pattern that you see with these people who like go for decades in the public eye, and they have accusations from the very beginning, and they're able to just like settle, and then all of a sudden some shit goes down and it's undeniable at the very end of their career. It's like, talk about history repeating itself. So there's more stuff. So also in these harassment lawsuits, there was all this talk from his employees basically saying that he had multiple affairs and mistresses throughout his marriage, that the clients that would come to his wellness center, he would like sleep with them. And they were like a lot of times in emotionally vulnerable states when they came to him, and he would, you know, have these connections with them, sleep with them, and then they would kind of become obsessed with him and call all the time and get mad. And that his employees at these wellness centers had to constantly field calls from angry customers or clients that he slept with allegedly, and they felt like he was like kind of like dismissing them afterwards. And there were more lawsuits. Deepak would constantly countersue. So he didn't always win, but a lot of times the pressure from the countersuit would cause them to just settle with him, and he would just basically allegedly pay them off. Remember the wrongful death thing that I mentioned to you? Okay, this is when it happens. It happens in the 2000s. The family of a leukemia patient who died because they stopped going to traditional medical treatment and instead were doing Deepak's protocol and ended up dying. Deepak Chopra, as usual, is constantly countersuing, pushing back hard, and this is where he gets that reputation of don't mess with Deepak. Well, guess who messed with Deepak? His own son. In this article that his son wrote in 2009, he described his father as, quote, a physically abusive, self-obsessed, substance-abusing asshole, saying that this was during his residency in the 70s, before he got into transcendental meditation, when he was like doing the stimulants and the smoking and the coffee and all that. His son talked about this meltdown that happened where he, quote, emptied his briefcase over a prestigious fellowship supervisor's head in a rage and then went drinking, and that his wife was pregnant at the time, and she ends up getting a call where they say to her, your husband has ruined his life. Imagine how stressful that is. And the thing is, he was talking about his dad before he got into transcendental meditation. And the thing with Deepak Chopra is like he embraced that, or he owned that. He was like, yeah, I've told you guys that. Like, yes, I was this person, and this is why transcendental meditation is so amazing. This is why you should buy my book and use my products, because look, I was an asshole, and now I'm this amazing guru person who doesn't do any of these things. He's also tied up in a lot of these like shady business things, like, and it keeps happening. So there was this MLM scandal that was also in 2009, by the way, with this Zri miracle juice thing that was some sort of miracle juice, I guess, nutritional supplement that he was promoting that ended up being connected to an MLM. Also, he uses a lot of like the quantum physics and stuff, and the actual scientists who know about it and who like actually study it, they say that what he does is quote
It's like
quantum babble,
quack science.
and they say that he exploits people who are interested in quantum physics but don't actually know
what it is.
a lot about it, and he takes advantage of them by using this quote unquote quantum babble to like sell them things and pitch them stuff, and they just trust him when really the people who know what they're talking about are like, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, allegedly. Now it's 2016, and 2016 is the first documented contact that we have between Deepak Chopra and Jeffrey Epstein. It appears as though they had a meeting, and then after that meeting, they started contacting via email and text message. 2008 is when Jeffrey Epstein was convicted of the charges. Insane. Okay, let's not forget that his charge was soliciting prostitution from a minor. Okay, like a child pimp, convictedly, right? And he was a registered offender, and this is after the fact. Okay, so I guess somehow he redeemed himself, or they don't care about that, or they don't think that that's a crime. You decide. But the point is, that's where this goes on the timeline. Based off of these emails, it appears as though they met.
I like Epic more than Steam. They don't prevent me from playing different games at the same time. I prefer Epic now, which is so weird. It's such a weird time. The corpo software developers and their fucking shortcomings and their problems. It just comes up constantly. I hate it, kind of.
12 times in person at least between 2016 and 2019. And then there are tons and tons and tons of emails between them. July 2016, we have our first meeting. It appears as though they met for the first time July 2016 at Epstein's home in New York. Jeffrey invites him to the island and to the ranch, and then Deepak says, I will take you up on your offers regarding visiting one of your places. When are you there? I can also do 12 noon or any other time tomorrow. By the way, do you know Marla Maples? Anything we share is between us. I share nothing with anyone but trust you. And Epstein says, 2 p.m. fine, yes. In fact, when she told Donald she was pregnant, I lost a $10,000 bet with him and sent him a truck of baby food in payment. But I have not spoken to her in many years since then. She can tell you the story of her friend who was caught having sex with her shoes. Yes, shoes. And this is Marla Maples, by the way. Marla Maples is one of Donald Trump's ex-wives, by the way. And Deepak responds, let's connect 2 p.m. FaceTime is easier as I will be out. I've known Marla since those days, having lunch with her. She seems very troubled right now. Sex with shoes? You mean shoes on? And then Epstein responds, no, I mean her friend was stealing her high heels, cutting the backs of the shoes open, and effing the shoe. It's a funny story. And then Deepak Chopra responds, fascinating. Deepak responds, fascinating! Exclamation point. And then Epstein responds with a link to a news article in the Chicago Tribune with the thing says pairs of Maples shoes, Marla Maples, Trump Park. And I looked it up, like this link is broken, but when I searched like Chicago Tribune, Marla Maples, Trump shoes, like whatever these keywords were, I found a few articles at the time. Apparently there was like some weird guy who was like obsessed with her and like had a fetish and was like, you know, doing stuff with her shoes. Okay, So that was July 2016. Now it's August 2016. And this is the first time there is something here referenced that I want you to pay attention to, which is the tiger and this code that they're using for this tiger, that this tiger is hungry, this tiger is taken for a ride, and it's all this weird shit about a tiger. So on Friday, August 5th at 2:26 a.m., Deepak Chopra forwards this email chain to Epstein, and it starts with this 2 heart emoji, and he says he comes around nastily. Deepak Chopra says, Jack, we're all fictional characters in a cosmic dream, not even a sneeze or a fart in cosmic time. Time itself is an illusion. So this is what he sends to Epstein, saying he comes around nastily. And then Epstein responds and he says, I did like the fart in cosmic time. It appears we know the same woman. Smiley face emoji. Well, parentheses, colon. Whatever. FYI, my consciousness guys are bringing around an empath called Paul Selig at noon. I'm going to push the woo envelope. And then Deepak says, okay, smiley face. And then Epstein here says, what do you enjoy the most now? What type of experience? New people, learning, quiet. You and I are able to put together quite an extensive catalog of disappointments. We have another 20 years to play actively. How do you think about it? The tiger restricts some choices, but carries you to places unknown to most. Okay?
Tiger.
The tiger. So then Deepak responds and he says, I don't know. The tiger is bringing me to places I had abandoned. It looks like the MGH/Harvard Chopra Mind Brain Institute will actually happen, which means riding the tiger even more. I've wanted validation from scientists. Some is happening and some will remain ever skeptical and condescending. Suddenly, it does not feel important. What do I enjoy more? What do I enjoy most? I don't know what I can really say. My biological needs are met occasionally, but that too, it seems, I've been there, done that. I have 3 more books to write, and then we'll be done with that as well. I'll be going for a 1-week silence at the end of this month with a small group, maybe some more clarity then. I do enjoy the company of younger, intellectually sharp, and self-aware women, and love to engage with them to inspire and stimulate them. 2 heart emoji. And then Epstein responds, the hunt. So here, I'm seeing the tiger thing and I'm thinking, okay, nothing. This tiger could be, I don't know, his inner desire, this fire within him, his like spirit animal. I don't know. Like at this point, it could be a spirit animal. Just wait. We're going to talk more tiger stuff. So I'm going to jump the timeline of these emails a little bit for the tiger stuff so that we can put all the tiger emails together in context. I think that's important to see a pattern. And then once we're done with all the tiger stuff, we'll go back to chronologically. Okay, so bear with me. This is from October 1st, 2016, 5:24 a.m. from Jeffrey Epstein to Deepak Chopra, saying, I might be flying tomorrow. Lets you know later. Hope the tiger is allowing you to rest. Okay, and then Deepak responds and says, flying to Chicago today. Tomorrow is good for me. All good. And then Jeffrey says, hope you get time to relax. And then Deepak responds and he says, right now, extreme discipline. Relaxed in Chicago with students for a few days. The tiger riding continues. Tiger is tamed for now. Hope to see you soon. XOO. This is from March 8th, 2017 from Jeffrey Epstein to Deepak saying, my friend described his version of riding the tiger. He said it was like having sex with a bear. You can only stop when the bear stops. And then Deepak Chopra responds and says, even worse, especially when it's not hard anymore. I will die riding the tiger. This is where I was like, wait a minute. Is tiger like code for like sexual desire or the penis or whatever the fuck? Like, you know what I mean? Because it's like, think about it. Okay, so it describes riding the tiger. Riding the tiger. Okay, let's say it's, the penis, if you will. It was like having sex with a bear. You can only stop when the bear stops. His version of riding the tiger. And this is even worse, especially when it's not hard anymore.
What are they talking
so
about?
if he can only stop when the bear stops, but he's not hard anymore. But he said, I will die riding the target. It seems to me like their appetite and their physical capabilities don't match. You know, maybe their like stamina can't handle it. I don't know. Okay. I don't know. Now we have another reference to the tiger. This one is the tiger is hungry. This is March 30th, 2017. Jeffrey Epstein to Deepak Chopra saying, I'm in Paris. You should be here. Deepak Chopra responds, the tiger is hungry. According to Deepak, Deepak says that this tiger was spiritual shorthand, like a metaphor for the human ego. So the human ego is hungry. When the human ego is not hard anymore, and you will die riding the human ego. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I did. I was like putting in different things in the context and trying to figure out what it means. And to me, the tiger, the one that made sense the most for me is like the penis, you know, or like sexual appetite. Like that's what the tiger being hungry, or the tiger is like this
libido,
sort of like beast within him that needs to be fed, you know.
Libido.
But also there's like talk about biological age and
tiger equals libido.
things like that. And so it's very much giving, you know, physical body part. And we know that there's a certain body part amongst men that doesn't function as well as they age. So, you know what I mean? I think it's his penis, but allegedly. Regarding this tiger thing, there are also references to predator, prey, the hunt, and then, you know, hunger, which could be like sexual appetite. But I want to talk about this predator prey thing, because there is, in the first email I read you about the tiger, when he mentions it, it ends with Jeffrey Epstein saying, the hunt. Okay, like the tiger is hunting their prey. And I would like to read this to you, because here Epstein is saying, I liked watching you zero in on your prey, made me smile. In the exchange, you see that Deepak thing is redacted. However, I did find another document in there, and this one, Deepak's name is not redacted, and it's the same text message, it's the same time, iMessage, and so from that we can deduce that that exchange was involving Deepak, where he said, I'm not a predator, just a lover, in response to Epstein saying, I liked watching you zero in on your prey, made me smile. You know what I'm trying to say? Those are the facts regarding the tiger stuff. Now let's go back to the timeline, because the first email, remember, was in July of 2016, and they're talking about Marla Maples, and now it's September 2016. We've got Jeffrey Epstein writing to Deepak saying a bunch of different things, but among them is Ehud Barak, former defense minister and prime minister of Israel, are both in Aspen with you, as well as Joy Ito, the head of the MIT Media Lab. I have sent them notes that you are one of the family. They will find you if you don't find them first. So he's now introducing Deepak Chopra to Ehud Barak and saying, you are one of the family. So here we have November 10th, 2016. So the election has happened. Donald Trump has won the election, and Jeffrey Epstein sends a link from the Daily Mail to Deepak Chopra, and the thing here says, troubled woman, history, drug use, claimed, assaulted Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein, sex party, age 13, fabricated story. So sends this link to Deepak, and then Deepak responds and says, did she also drop civil case against you? And Epstein responds, yep. And Deepak says, good. See you this Saturday, 2:30? Epstein responds, great. How unlucky are all these people? Like, I don't know. Do you know any other group of people where they all have like lawsuits and allegations against them that they have done things inappropriate like that? Here's another email exchange from December 2016, which I found interesting because there's a YouTube video accompanying it that is linked here of him talking with actress Kate Foster, and he's describing her as innocent and smart at the same time. And then Epstein responds like secondary to cute. And when you look at the video, I don't know, it seems like the way he's looking at her is like so weird. Here, where they send that YouTube video, And then she is good. In California, she visited for a weekend a while ago, have invited again in the future. Innocent and smart at the same time. And Epstein goes secondary to cute. Now it's 2017, and this is where there are a lot of references to them meeting. They're meeting each other in a lot of places, in Palm Beach, in Paris, in New York City, at the Chopra Center. There is this mention, February 2017, of an overnight stay. February 11th, 2017, Jeffrey Epstein writes to Chopra saying, "Are you going to stay overnight? There are many interesting people in town. Sheikh Jabor, Qatar, Nicole Jinkerman, ... Deepak responds and says, "I could as long as I can leave 7 a.m. tomorrow as I have meetings. Is that okay?" The reason why I included this is that there is evidence that they spent time together in the physical. It wasn't just messaging. And if such things occurred, maybe potentially something of feeding the tiger, for example, or riding the tiger or something like this until it's not hard anymore, or even past that because he'll die riding the tiger. So if there were some instances, let's say, allegedly of some sort of, tiger riding, if the tiger's hungry and not tamed, or maybe they need to feed it to tame it, you see, it would need to occur when they're together, right? He would need to facilitate, or maybe he could send the girls. We'll get to that because there are emails of that as well. But I just think it's interesting that he invited him to the island, he invited him to the ranch. He said, "I'm going to take you up on that." He's spending the night at his mansion. There's all these other people that are going to be there in town. And, why does he need to stay the night with him to meet these people in New York? Why can't he just stay in a hotel? Like, don't tell me they can't afford it. Maybe there's something else being offered at the home. Maybe not. I don't know. But this is circa Valentine's Day, by the way. This is February. This is the same month as this overnight stay, February 2017. And this I find very interesting because there's mention of Israel and Epstein saying that he does not like Israel at all 10 days after that overnight stay. And Deepak Chopra emails Epstein saying, "Come to Israel with us. Relax and have fun with interesting people. If you want, use a fake name. Bring your girls. It will be fun to have you. Love, Deepak Chopra." And Jeffrey responds and he goes, "Next time, I'm in Santa Fe Monday." And then Chopra says, "Okay, your girls would love it, as would you. Be well, sending love." And Epstein responds and says, "Another location. I do not like Israel." And then in all caps, "at all." There are a few things here that I find odd. First of all, the part where like your girls would like it too. Girls, right? Girls, not women, girls. And it's like, you could say we're reading too much into it, but when you look at the evidence and the fact that, that's literally what was going on. The word, it doesn't seem like just, we were just saying girl. It seems a little more literal, allegedly, given the context. Do you know what I'm saying? So we can choose to read into that or not, or you could just take it for what the fuck it is. Or not. Again, you decide. But then the use a fake name, if you want. Why would he need to use a fake name in Israel? And then Epstein saying, "I do not like Israel," and then in all caps, "at all." And this is where I want to, theorize with you. And I'm curious what you guys think, because two things immediately popped in my mind. One is there like some sort of issue going on? Like, is he having a problem? Is there an issue? Or, this is my even more conspiratorial theory, is he trying to throw Deepak Chopra off by pretending he doesn't like Israel when really he's like really close with them? You know what I mean? By way of deception. Find the book if you want to. It was very hard for me to find years and years and years ago. I found it and I had to pay way too much for it. And it was like a whole ass thing. Back when like Amazon was only about books, I had to get it used online. It was actually crazy. And there's like two versions. There's one version to throw people off. It's a whole thing. And it's like written by an ex-Mossad agent. It was even banned. It's called By Way of Deception.
By Way of Deception. The making and unmaking of a Mossad officer. See, she's very smart.
But like, the point why I bring that up is by way of deception. Like this whole idea of like these elaborate deceptions are like the MO of the Mossad, okay? Allegedly. So whenever it comes to like these elaborate sort of things where you're like, who would do it? You know, they would do it. Like, okay, have we not learned that enough from all the shit I've talked about? Also, I recently saw that the interrogation tapes of Netanyahu were released. And this was not recent. Like, this was years ago when he was like under investigation for stuff. And one of the things that came out in that tape, he asked Qatar to like fund Hamas so that the two-state solution would seem less of a plausible option, because we don't negotiate with terrorist type of vibes. We can't have a two-state solution because these people are terrorists, was the idea. And so they funded, they asked Qatar to fund them. And then Qatar apparently, I found very interesting, wanted to have it in writing because they didn't trust him, but they did that. And then remember with Deepak, he's telling him, there's people I want you to meet. Sheikh Jabir from Qatar is mentioned in there. So you've got Epstein with introducing Deepak Chopra to Ehud Barak, Epstein introducing Deepak Chopra to some Qatari guy, Sheikh, so from the royal family. And now Deepak Chopra is in Israel and he's telling him he should come, and then Epstein use a fake name. And now Epstein is like, I don't want to go. Another location. I do not like Israel at all. Wonder why.
Probably because they have like
February 25th, 2017. I wonder why. Trump is president at this point. They're on good terms with him. Is it because he's beefing with Trump and Trump is on good terms with them? I don't know. Like I said, I'm just speculating. That's the theories portion, but the fact remains that that's the email. Okay, let's move on. So here Deepak Chopra says, cells are human constructs. No such thing. Universe is human construct. No such thing. Cute girls are aware when they make noises. And then Epstein responds, thank God. So then Deepak responds, God is a construct. Cute girls are real. And Epstein responds and says, so when the cute girl says, oh my God, ? Chopra responds, yes, that's divine transcendence. And Epstein says, oh, I thought she was just referring to me. All right.
What are they
God.
talking
This is
about?
March 4th, 2014. And Jeffrey says, I could argue that there is no awareness or consciousness. There is only chemistry. All else, including awareness, is a construct. And then Deepak responds and says, you cannot. We'll send you my thesis to Leonard and Shermer, who are flummoxed. Ask your friend Brockman if I can write one article for Edge, please. And then Jeffrey says, it's a construct that carries an evolutionary advantage. It is not real. We will have fun. I am on strong ground. We'll ask John, smiley face. He's like, hey, get me an article in this magazine. So then Deepak Chopra says, thanks, do ask John. He can reject it after reading. My PBS show goes nationwide tomorrow. Yatu remains on the New York Times bestsellers list. I think that's his book, like something about youthful aging, something, whatever. It's one of his books, I think. So he's like saying, hey, you know, like my book is still on the bestsellers list. I'm going to be on PBS. Maybe I can get that article. Atoms, galaxies, mind, body are hallucinations that imprison humanity. We have to get rid of 200 years of human conditioning, mythical religions and religious and scientific systems of thought that have never asked what a thought is made out of. I will do an experiment when we meet. If there is no body and mind, there is no birth or death either. I have 6,000 people coming to my event in Tel Aviv tomorrow. It is an amazing culture. Very smart people who have nevertheless imprisoned themselves by repeating Bronze Age stories to themselves for 2,500 years. Rumi, quote, why do you stay in prison when the door is wide open? End quote. Humanity is insane. And then Epstein responds to all of that by saying, find me a cute Israeli blonde. Matter over mind. And then Deepak responds and says, I can. Warning, they are militant, aggressive, and very sexy. Listen, they don't discriminate because we go from the Israeli blonde to the Saudi princess right after that. April 26, 2017, Deepak Chopra to Epstein saying, still in Chile, then Mike Milken conference, then Saudi Arabia, New York City midway, miss our conversations, Chileans, beautiful. Okay, yeah, conversations that always end up about women, girls, females. Jeffrey Epstein says, why Saudi? What day will you return from Milken? So that caught his eye from everything. Why Saudi? No, he didn't even respond about the girls, which he usually does. He's like, whoa, why going Saudi? Huh? Whoa. So then Deepak Chopra says, going directly from Milken to Saudi. My host is Amira. You must know her. Google Amira El Tawil, please. She is now my best friend. I'm speaking to public, then university students, and meeting various people after that New York City after May 12th. Double heart emoji. Epstein says, she is fun. I love Saudi. Scale is amazing. You will fly LA Saudi? Question mark. And Deepak responds, yes, flying LA to Saudi. She is very sweet. Like your girls. Heart eyes emoji. A very good friend now. If you Google Amira El Tawil, who they're talking about, she is actually the wife of a member of the Saudi royal family who is a very, very prominent businessman, very global. He's known a lot. She's much younger than him. She's seen as like a very progressive, very educated, a lot of like reforming Saudi Arabia for women to have more opportunities and rights and freedoms and such like that. Therefore, like such as the Iraq reference, and she does a lot of public appearances for women's empowerment and things like that. The Saudi-Israeli Epstein triangle, there's something fucking there. I don't know what it is. Conspiracy theory as fuck. I don't know what it is, but there's something there. Another video I did on my Patreon was talking about whether Epstein was a double agent and if he was playing them against each other, unlike the CIA and the Mossad. And, you know, because he's such like a fixer and connected with everyone and like doing very self-serving, like, I don't know. It's making me wonder if like there really was beef with Israel or not, if like he's very connected with Saudi, like, is he playing them against you? I don't fucking know. Now it's November 2017. And here we have more mention of girls, okay? So you've got Jeffrey Epstein emailing Deepak Chopra saying, how was the Rockefeller experience? Where are you next week? And Deepak says, it was extraordinary. I came to know death. It has not left me. I sat later for 10 hours in stillness, presence with no constructs, no stories. I have no conflict, no quarrels, no judgment, no clinging, no...
What he's talking about is doing a bunch of drugs and raping little girls. And then the soft fuzz afterwards or whatever, after the rape fest or whatever. And it's disgusting. It's weird base human beings with weird sick problems. They should be in jail, but instead they have all our money.
Those desire to prove, convince, cajole.
I came to know death. It has not left me.
Or seduce. I have no conflict. I know that I is modifying itself endlessly.
He might be talking about killing a little girl. It reminds me of BioShock a little bit. All those little girls and big daddies and weird shit that guy was talking about. All the Comstock stuff. That stuff reminds me of that. It's the deep state. And they're talking about killing little girls. It's gross. I came to know death. I'm sure you did. It's disgusting. What we don't know is how many of these people they killed. I can't see. It's too dark. I wonder if I can do something about that. Is there something I can do? Oh, I mean, I should go somewhere. Yeah, make this smaller. And then, oh, we're in Botane. I'm trying to go back to Dixie. Jump.
Warp drive active.
Oh, yeah, my phone's running. Oops. Where is it? There it is. Hello?
Hi there.
Hey.
So I got a little nap in, and I'm just still laying in bed recovering. But I was thinking, I'm a little bit hungry, and I know I'm going to get hungry. So I have some bangers and mash left, and that's pretty easy. All I do is heat the sausage and put the potatoes in the microwave.
Yeah.
So if you want to come up for dinner, I think I'll do that.
Sure, yeah, it sounds good. Just let me know.
Okay. And then last time I had beets to put with it, which gave it nice balance in it, but I'm out of vegetables to put with it. It's just going to be those two things, I think.
Okay.
Okay. And then I wonder, are you a fan of David Byrne's Talking Heads?
Yeah, I like the Talking Heads, but I wasn't as big a fan as a lot of other people are.
Well, something interesting is, your dad was really knew a lot about music and loved music.
Yeah.
And the two of you were into it together. That was a bright spot in your childhood, right?
Yeah.
And he went crazy when he first heard Talking Heads. He said it was the music of the future and the first really smart music he'd ever heard.
Yeah.
And he played it for you all the time in particular and tried to get you into it. I heard the music, but I don't think I ever saw the band perform.
Warp drive active.
Live, ever.
Yeah.
So I'm watching Stephen Colbert, and he has one of my favorite comedians, John Mulaney, on.
Yeah.
And it turns out they're both obsessed with David Byrne, and he's the musical guest. So he says, let's see if we can get him to come out for an interview. I just stay here. And I see why you have John Mulaney stay there. David Byrne comes out, and oh my God, he's on the spectrum. I didn't know that. He is so clearly autistic. And then I watched him move while they're performing that move that you guys have. And so I went to the internet and said, is John...
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Docking permission requested.
He's self-diagnosed himself as Asperger's. And people who watch the performances will know how convinced he is. Isn't that interesting? I had no idea.
Yeah.
And he's let it, I think, define his weird music. He's doing weird music right now. I don't even understand it. You probably would, and I don't. But he made it an advantage, I think. He just owned it and moved forward. I love that.
Yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, well, I thought I'd share that tidbit and tell you about dinner.
Okay.
I'll let you go back to your stuff. I gotta go find my kitty. I woke up and he was gone. That worries me. Okay.
Oh, okay. So just call when you're ready.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I will. Okay. All right, bye-bye.
I love it. Bye. Oops. Damn it. Oh, I'm out of ammo. God damn it. God damn it. Where am I now? It's so dark I can't see. I don't like this card at all. Am I full again? I don't think so. Am I full again? I am full again. I need to buy an SDU. God damn it. Can I just teleport to the thing by the machines? No, I have to go back, and going back is a pain in the fucking ass. I don't think they're dropping loot that I care about anyways, though. I don't care about that. What I can do is I can go to the bottom. I can sort by score and go to the bottom and just drop. No. Drop. Now these things, they might be better. Let's try that as opposed to that. Yeah. And that's enough whites, yeah, that can pick up these other things or whatever. That was a skin. I don't care about the skins, but I like that I can play this game whenever I want. Yeah, let's put this on the desktop, huh? I like Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. I think it's a great little game. It's mindless. It's got cool spellcasting stuff in it and RPG stuff, and it's not a bad game. View mission complete. Got another level 4 done. Gonna go back towards level 4s again. Pirate invasion. Neutralize the enemy in Dot Dixie. Sound